guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots.
President Trump is moving to eliminate mail-in ballots ahead of the 2026 midterm elections.
The president shared a post on Truth Social, which outlined his plan to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And it targets what he called highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines.
Ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots.
Trump has previously claimed there's been widespread voter fraud involving mail-in ballots and pledged to fight for election integrity. I'm Brian Shook.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. shut down the talks of a 2028 presidential run.
In a post on X Friday, the Health and Human Services Secretary called the speculation a flat-out lie and a distraction from his work under the Trump administration. He reaffirmed his focus on delivering the Make America Healthy Again agenda. This comes after conservative influencer Laura Loomer accused Kennedy and aide Stephanie Speer of quietly planning a White House bid. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Newsmax is agreeing to pay $67 million in order to settle a lawsuit with Dominion Voting Systems.
The cable channel is expected to pay Dominion $27 million this month and another $40 million in the next 2 years. The lawsuit was filed against Newsmax in 2021 and stems from claims that the 2020 election results were fraudulent. Fox News also settled with Dominion in a similar lawsuit, which saw a $787 million settlement in 2023. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The NASDAQ gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Dollar General is recalling 3 lots of its 8-ounce Clover Valley instant coffee due to possible glass contamination.
The FDA said the coffee was sold between July 9th and 21st in every U.S. state except Alaska and Hawaii. Consumers can contact Dollar General for a full refund by email or phone call. I'm Lisa Carton.
Florida's Doge team is in Palm Beach County this week for an audit.
With an eye on property tax relief, State Chief Financial Officer Blazing Golia says the main goal of these audits being conducted in various Florida counties is to ensure taxpayer dollars are not being wasted.
This is an exercise where we can go in and we can start identifying some of the spending issues that may not be the best use of taxpayer dollars.
In Palm Beach, the Florida Department of Government Efficiency will pay specific attention to the way large contracts have been procured, compensation levels for county employees, and concerns about potential DEI-related policies. I'm Joel Malkin.
6 planets are visible in the sky through Wednesday.
Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are aligned and can be seen about 45 minutes before sunset. Most will be visible to the naked eye, but binoculars or a telescope will be needed for Neptune and Uranus. While not technically in alignment, these parades of planets happen because the planets orbit on the same plane or elliptic, causing them to appear in a line from our perspective on Earth. A full alignment of all 7 planets, including Mars, won't happen again until February 3rd of 2034. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All righty, would you looky there? We've got a brand new day coming our way. How about that? You made it through the greatest day of the week. Crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And we will respectfully do the same from coast to coast. Turning the page on the calendar, 19th day of August, coming our way. That would be a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start here, right? I can tell you this, some of our friends in the Northeast, how about the cool-off? Yeah, some folks may be able to turn off the fan or the AC during the overnight hours tonight. Let some fresh air in. Saw the cool front passing through over the past day. Temperatures forecast to dip even maybe into the 30s over the coldest spots over the interior Northeast. Yeah, most locations will be looking at lows tonight in the 50s and 60s. Very refreshing. But first things first, hi there. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We're hanging in there with summer-like temperatures outside the secret bunkers. 75 degrees with clear skies tonight. The planets and the stars shining bright overhead. There are a few areas where you'll be having to slow it down on the interstate. We've seen a lot of rain in and around the Chicago area over the last several hours. Pretty decent cluster of showers and thunderstorms rolling through northwest into north central Indiana. Yeah, we've seen some showers, a few rumbles of thunder from Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids, Michigan. Separately, spotty showers through central portions of Illinois, a little cluster there in southwestern Wisconsin tonight, just to the northeast of Dubuque. What do we see? Heading out west to the heart of the country. Eastern New Mexico, western portions of the Texas Panhandle, say from just east of Tucumcari, New Mexico. Showers and thunderstorms, another cluster over western portions of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Pretty widespread batch of showers and thunderstorms western, moving towards central Kansas tonight. Don't believe we're seeing any warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings with any of the areas I just described. Some areas, of course, are seeing some torrential downpours, flash flooding the primary concern. But for our Tuesday, the day ahead, drier air continues to push southward along the mid-Atlantic coast. Now, the moisture that was barely pushed away further west begins to rebound, so we're going to see an uptick in cloud cover and at least some sporadic shower and thunderstorms from western and central Pennsylvania to western New York, back through the upper Midwest for the day ahead. Some of those could be rather strong winds and flash flooding. Then another cool front approaches. Yeah, there's going to be a proliferation of showers and thunderstorms in the northeast as we look toward midweek here. Meanwhile, as batches of cool and humid air kind of exchange hands back and forth in the northeast, Hurricane Erin is moving northward just off the Atlantic coast of the U.S. Now, for those headed to the beaches, from Tuesday on forward, anticipate building surf, increasing rip currents due to Hurricane Erin out to sea. In the event conditions become too dangerous, officials may shut down some of the beaches. Now, a few days after Erin departs North America by way of the North Atlantic, a pretty significant dip in the jet stream is forecast to develop from the Midwest to the Northeast. That's going to be directed in some much cooler air out of Canada. And depending on the wind direction, we may again see some of the smoke from the ongoing wildfires in central Canada once again being directed into parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. Erin, what is the latest? Erin packing 140-mile-per-hour sustained winds and massive waves are going to be churning up dangerous conditions along parts of the East Coast. Even without the eye of the storm making landfall here in the U.S., Coastal flooding, beach erosion, strong rip currents are likely, especially in North Carolina. Now, as of Monday afternoon, Erin listed as a Category 4 storm, making it a major hurricane. Recall over the past weekend, it briefly reached Category 5 status when winds jumped to 160 miles per hour when it was north of Puerto Rico. Tropical storm warnings in effect for the Turks and Caicos, as well as the southeastern Bahamas. Tropical storm watch in effect for the central Bahamas as of midday Monday. Now here, closer to home, a tropical storm watch has now been issued from Beaufort Inlet to Duck, North Carolina, including Pamlico Sound as of Monday evening. Bands of heavy rain extending outward have been and will continue to produce some torrential downpours, flash flooding, and mudslides in the Dominican Republic and some of the surrounding islands in the northern Caribbean. AccuWeather forecasters tell us in excess of a foot of rain is possible in some of those islands. Erin, to this point, has been steered along by the big clockwise circulation around that high pressure over the central Atlantic. As Erin moves along the backside of that high, beginning to make more of that northwest and then northerly turn. Later this week, then, the jet stream should grab a hold of Erin, guiding it northeastward, beginning to move away from the lower 48. Now, at this point, AccuWeather forecasters say Erin's eye is anticipated to be tracking anywhere from 150 to maybe 300 miles east of North Carolina's Outer Banks. However, the wind and the wave action will extend outward from that core by hundreds of miles, while the highly dangerous eye wall is most likely to remain at sea. The size of Erin is anticipated to nearly double in size over time. Now, combining that with any shift in the track, this could bring tropical storm or maybe even hurricane conditions to parts of the U.S. Atlantic coast as well as Bermuda later this week. Because of the large expanding size, tropical storm conditions are indeed forecast for eastern North Carolina and southeastern Virginia. Now, as of Monday morning, tropical storm force winds 39 miles per hour or greater are now extending outward from the center up to 230 miles. Hurricane force winds associated with the eye wall extending outward up to 80 miles. Erin's already large size and intensity, acting like a giant plunger on the sea surface with those large swells being generated, reaching 50 feet, the height of a 5-story building, and more in some areas near the center and propagating outward. Those swells lose some of their energy as they travel, but will still reach 5 to 10 feet near shore along the Atlantic coastal areas. Beaches that extend further out into the ocean, like the Outer Banks of North Carolina and Cape Cod, may experience waves of 15 to 20 feet. Waves of 10 to 15 feet are possible in the eastern part of Long Island, New York. So ocean-going vessel operators obviously need to be aware of the wave heights that could increase dramatically just a few miles offshore. Cruising and shipping interest want to avoid Erin and the massive seas associated with the storm. All right, portions of the Outer Banks and the Virginia beaches will be anticipating some storm surge several feet with major wave action on top of the storm surge. We could be talking some significant coastal flooding since North Carolina's Highway 12 is actually near sea level. There are mandatory evacuations that have now been ordered for some of North Carolina's Outer Banks, even though the monster storm, the center, is going to stay offshore. Evacuations were ordered on some barrier islands along the Carolina coast Authorities warning the storm could turn up dangerous rip currents, swamping roads with waves of 15 feet. A tropical storm and surge watches are now in place for much of the Outer Banks. So tourists and residents waiting for hours in lines of vehicles at Ocracoke Island's ferry dock, which is the only way to leave other than by plane. One of the visitors there said, well, we definitely thought twice. Catfish, North Carolina, whose week-long fishing trip has now ended after just 2 days. But when they said mandatory evacuation, that pretty much means we've got to get out of here. Forecasters are confident Erin is going to curl to the north and away from the East Coast, but still, it will be whipping up wild waves and tropical storm force winds along those coastal islands. Maximum sustained winds Monday while pelting the Turks and Caicos Islands 140 miles per hour. Yeah, by Monday night, sustained winds had dropped a bit down to 130, with Erin about 695 miles southwest of Bermuda, right now about 805 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras. So it's going to get a whole lot closer over time. North Carolina's Outer Banks coastal flooding expected to begin sometime later here on Tuesday, then continuing through Thursday. The evacuations that began Monday on Hatteras Island and Ocracoke coming at the height of the tourist season on this thin stretch of low-lying barrier islands that jut into the Atlantic and are increasingly vulnerable to storm surges. It was about a year ago, Hurricane Ernesto actually stayed hundreds of miles offshore, but still produced high surf and swells that caused some coastal damage there to some of the barrier islands. This time, there are concerns that several days of heavy surf, high winds, and waves could wash out parts of the main highway, according to the National Weather Service. Some routes could be impassable for several days. This is the first time Ocracoke has been evacuated since Hurricane Dorian back in 2019, leaving behind the most damage in that island's recorded history. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Hope your week's off to a good start. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild. after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Well, let's check in with some of our friends via Facebook, YouTube, getting the new day underway. Start with Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. There you go. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour. 77 degrees on the Cruiser dash cam in the far side of southwest Ohio. Well, Monica showed up in a suit today. Well, no tie, but hey, hint for Monica, clip-on ties. Nobody can strangle you with that, just saying. Well, I guess progress is being made. That's a good thing. 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be part of the show. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, heat up that cup of joe, and let's go. It's showtime. Shorty gets the week started. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. 80 degrees at the midnight hour. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Gerald checks in, first on board on YouTube, stating since last week's accident in Florida that killed 3, there's talk earlier today about putting ice in the weigh stations to check drivers. Now that I have not heard, but I can tell you, and we've got all the updates, that particular story has stirred up the proverbial hornet's nest. Sean Duffy had a few words this past day. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association asking the Department of Transportation to take big steps. This is kind of like the final straw. Big steps when it comes to issuing all these non-domiciled CDLs. So, I've got all the very latest, very interesting developments, but making mainstream national headline news in this particular case. Hello, Jerry. Good morning from Kokomo, Indiana. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Summers overnight drive on. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Jerry said, I put some stuff on your page. All right. Thank you much, Jerry. I'll check that out. Paul says, good morning from the White Marlin capital of the world. Tank is in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. 89 degrees here in St. John's, Arizona tonight. Ran into a couple of showers across New Mexico earlier. We are headed out to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Hello to Brett from the Mile High City. 73 degrees, cloudy skies tonight. Hope everyone had a greatest day of the week and a great start to your Tuesday. Thank you to all the first responders, all the third shift workers helping this crazy world to continue turning 24/7. Now sit back, relax, enjoy another great night of Overnight Live with Mr. Summers. Hello to Stephanie with a cool 67 degrees in Fredericksburg, Virginia tonight. All right. Woody is on board. Timothy Woody says, good morning, Steve. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. We're headed out for Wichita this morning. The Big Tipper loaded up 83 at this hour with some clouds. Everybody have a good morning out there. Hello, Gilligan, getting his week started. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, overcast, but we're dry. Ironton, Virginia, 76 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Good morning, the Chicken Choker checking in from Jackson, Mississippi. James says, if Trump is actually successful at ending this war in Ukraine, I wonder if the Democrats would try to impeach him for that. That's how nuts they've gone these days. All right. Hello, Jeffrey, on board from southern Florida this morning. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 80 degrees under clear skies at the Weiss compound, southwest Missouri. Well, the state tells me my DOT physical is on record However, it's dormant. Therefore, it's not officially on my driver record, driving me, meaning I'm legal, but not legal. This is a mess that most likely will begin to get resolved starting later today. It's always nice when a guy gets rear-ended by the government. Special shout-out to Senor Heatwave from the Maple Leaf City tonight. And I do see the two-time world champion Bull Hauler will give us a live update coming up right after the news break here. Hang on, we'll get the phone. I'm assuming this has something to do with that new, when you get your DOT physical, you no longer have to present your physical copy to the DMV, right? It's all supposed to be handled by the DOT physician. It's supposed to be submitted within 24 hours of your physical. We'll see if I'm correct in that assumption. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Running 3 hours behind schedule. Truck's been in the shop 3 weeks now. Hopefully, I'll get it back by beginning next week. All right. I've been using clutch, so had to wait for another truck. All right. 844-844-3388. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots.
President Trump is moving to eliminate mail-in ballots ahead of the 2026 midterm elections.
The president shared a post on Truth Social, which outlined his plan to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And it targets what he called highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines.
Ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots.
Trump has previously claimed there's been widespread voter fraud involving mail-in ballots and pledged to fight for election integrity. I'm Brian Shook.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The Nasdaq gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. Get a live report from the two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Well, I made it through the greatest day of the week, so we'll be getting better with each passing day. Now we get to start thinking about the weekend.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna have me a long week at home here. I did some changes on my license, and I went down to the DMV today, thankfully, and I was sitting there, and I went through the process, and they came up and said that my DOT physical, at first they said it was inactive, and I said, well, I went in, I take the last 2 weeks of the year off, and I went in on the 30th of December last year over in Joplin and got my DOT physical, and then that was still the 31st. I went into the DMV office, and I paid my $6 and gave it to them. They gave me a receipt, and that was the last day here in Missouri that you could do that because they started using the doctor's offices now.
Okay.
And you're not completely wrong. Just follow me here.
Yeah.
So I get down there, and then they tell me it's what they call dormant, which they can see it on the records, but it's not active, meaning that if I was to get stopped on the road, I would more than likely be shut down. So I went out to my brand new powerful chrome plated cow truck, and I got the receipt that I brought, and I brought the copy of my DOT physical with me down there to the office, and I showed it to him. In fact, the lady that was sitting next to the lady I was dealing with was the one that put it in there on the 31st. And I guess what happened was Jefferson City, Missouri, they didn't register it up there for some reason because they showed where it went out of Carthage here. Now, I need to go back tomorrow. I have to reissue it, and I have to go back tomorrow to the clinic that did my physical and hope like heck that they're going to turn it in, and then I've got 24 to 48 hours, and then I got to go down there and check it. So what I'm trying to tell everybody is you make dang sure when the doctors send it in, then you better check with your state too, because this is the first time I've ever had this problem in Missouri, but somewhere along that process, it didn't get it didn't get fully registered in there, and I had no idea. If I hadn't tried to, if I had to change some things on my license and went down there, I would have never known that until I got stopped somewhere.
How about that? And that's not the way you want to find out.
No, and so I'm gonna have to go down there, and I put it on the fan page, and I've seen some of the comments people made, and we're really going to have to emphasize to these because you're not really seeing doctors anyway. You're seeing them whatever them people are that failed medical school to get them nurses or whatever they are. That they call doctors,
right? Yeah, practical nurses. And a lot of DOT.
Yeah,
chiropractors. A lot of chiropractors do the DOT things.
Yeah, well, I've had 7 back operations, and I go to that really good chiropractor up there in Bosselman's in Grand Island, so I don't mind going to them guys. And a single office, I could see a single office being more focused on sending it in, but I go to this Ocumed place, so I'm going to have to make damn sure they put this thing in there. And I know you talked about it earlier this year, and I learned my lesson. I'm going to go in a week or 2 ahead of time and just redo it so that there's that window, and I would just suggest you just follow up. And I talked to Louis Pugh a little bit about it with the White. I sent him some messages, but I might call them tomorrow and see if there isn't some way they can't get a little bit more serious of getting these states to be more accountable on something like this, because this is our livelihoods that they just, because now I'm sitting here all week, and I mean, I'm not going to go broke or nothing, but I ain't going to make a check either, and it kind of sucks because I've been having to scrub the bathroom and the toilet. And Hot Bond Wife's got me doing a whole bunch of work, and I'm trying to figure out a way tomorrow to dash out of here. I think I might stick over in Joplin for a few hours extra at the bookstore or something, so I don't have to come home. And
that's great. So it's actually a week that you wouldn't otherwise. You weren't like planning to be home for the week, but due to the foul up, you got to wait a couple days and then wait 2 more days. And go through that process.
Yeah, I mean, I physically had my DOT physical in my hand with the receipt there today, and Carthage can't. They have to. I now have to go to the doctor and get them to issue it, and they go directly to Jefferson City, and I got to hope like hell those clowns put it in this time.
I'll be darned.
And
Wow.
so there's no telling. I might be one of them guys you see on the corner, will work for food or something like that.
So even with the physical copy in hand, they're telling you, well, we can't accept it. It has to be digitally downloaded into the system from your practitioner?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I had because I keep that stuff with me all the time, and I, like I said, I went out to my truck, and I've got that seat organizer, and every year when I get a physical, I put it in the envelope and I keep it in there with me, so if you run into some kind of crap like this on the road. I talked to a guy, and the one benefit of being a livestock hauler, if I'd had a load of livestock on with it showing it being dormant, they'd have let me go at least to a sale barn and unload or something, but still, it wouldn't have mattered having it with me because and it's even showing up there in Jefferson City that it's on there, but they have it in dormancy status. So it's a real, I don't understand it. I mean, what it is, we got a bunch of college people dealing with this stuff, so it's a mess. College people that work for the government, that's 2 strikes against you right there. So that's just my opinion, though. But so that's all I'm telling everybody to listen. It's just when you do this, I would follow up with your state and with your local DMV, especially now that we're not able to take it down there ourselves anymore.
Yeah.
And even doing that, like I said, I'll go back to the beginning again. I did that like I've done every single year that I do it, and it was never a problem. And then this year, boom, there it was.
Well, I mean, all these states had 5+ years to get their systems activated and their websites all ready to handle this. But the people like Louis Pugh and OOIDA, they all said, be prepared for screw-ups. And I guess in some cases, it's the old cluster, what.
Yeah, well, and when I messaged him about it earlier today, and he said that he sent back on that first one was that they dealt with a bunch of people they had a bunch of people that already dealt with it through Missouri. So, and I didn't find out from him if it was from the actual office of the person that did the DOT physical, or if it was through Jeff City. And I'm gonna probably contact him tomorrow and let him know that it was actually through. Because, like I said, Steve, I mean, they're telling me they sat there on the phone and called Jefferson City, and Jefferson City said that they could see it on there, but it's not on there. You know what I'm saying? I'm legal, but I'm not legal.
Dormant.
So yeah. Dormant. So if my wife hadn't just wallpapered, I'd have probably been in here beating my head on the walls here, but I can't do that because she'll get pissed at me, and now I got to fix that too,
Wow.
So
oh boy,
I'm just sitting out back here trying to do that yogi meditation or something. So that anyway, so that's what's going on. So we got the brand new out of the box, powerful chrome plated cow trucks parked out where I usually park it at, and it's just sitting there waiting to get active again, and so there isn't going to be a whole lot of high-speed trips this week. But flip side is I get to hang out with my hot blonde wife here in the Weiss compound and drink some good coffee and eat some good food. So,
all right, there's a bright side, I suppose, to everything. Well, that's an interesting story.
I got the tub cleaned and the toilet cleaned, so we'll see what she comes up with tomorrow.
I guarantee she'll find something. She's going to keep you busy. Yeah, you'll be itching to get out the door. I got to get back on the road. I'm having to work harder here than I do on the road. Let me see here. Hello to Hindi 15 on YouTube. It says I drive the I-70 corridor through the Colorado mountains like 60 hours a week. Yeah, the things that I see out here are beyond disturbing. You can Google Walcott Fire 2023. You'll see my Peterbilt 379 burnt to the frame after I was hit head-on by a distracted driver on September 7th of 23. Never in my life imagined that happening to me, right? Yeah, that's everything that negatively happens in life. It's not going to happen to me. That's somebody else, right? All right, good to have you on board. Rockpick, hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, clouds 59. Happy 2 for Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans out there. Here's wishing you 2 of your favorite things, whatever they may be. Watch out for the other driver. Obviously, as Cindy just pointed out, watch out for the other guy. Well, hello to Miss Millie checking in this early Tuesday. Double trucker, 64 degrees in Lodi tonight. You've cooled off. Hooked up and ready to roll. I'll tune in later on the home of free speech, Rumble. All right, Zorro here. Good to have you on board. Everybody have a good night. The Michigan Madman, another good night of racing for the old Grandpa Madman. As I started 23rd, finished in 9th, putting it on the little whippersnappers out there. Okay, not a bad top 10 finish. You'll take that, right? It is 844-3388. Several stories, again, with this horrific crash that took the lives of 3. A truck driver illegally in the country, obtaining a commercial driver's license in the state of California. Florida's Governor DeSantis this past day, the topic came up, and Florida officials are making it sound like this truck driver, in their words, is going to wish he had been deported before being involved in this crash, because they're not just going to let him be sent back where he came from. They're saying they're going to make sure he goes through the process, a trial, and spends his time behind bars before ever being released into ICE custody. Spiegel sent me a rather interesting breakdown in regards to just this. And if you've ever seen any video footage of what driving is like throughout the country of India, you know it is absolute chaos. Pretty much, it's like there are no rules. We'll share more on this coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
So indeed, the horrific, deadly crash on the Florida Turnpike that killed 3 innocent people should have been the final alarm bell. An illegal Indian driver trying to pull off an insane, unauthorized U-turn in a 60-ton semi that ultimately turned a minivan into a coffin. This was not an isolated tragedy. It's just the latest example of a deadly trend that's been plaguing the highways for years. Now, this is a gentleman from a website, Revolver. And he says, there was a time when American truckers were considered the safest, most capable drivers on the road. Families on vacation trusted semis so much the dads would tuck in behind them on the freeway, confident that the man up ahead knew exactly what he was doing. Americans now face incompetence and recklessness from foreign drivers who treat massive 18-wheelers like mopeds or rickshaws in a free-for-all driving hellscape. Just look at the driving in places like India. No rules, total chaos, constant danger. Those foreigners don't come to America and suddenly turn into safe, respectful drivers that follow the rules. Many can't even understand the road signs. In Ohio, Haitians have been wreaking havoc on the roads there. So bad that there are compilations of videos of the reckless, dangerous driving of the Haitian foreigners there. Yeah, the situation in Ohio has been fluid and constantly changing. Yeah, they've gone from shocking tales of pet-eating savages to an onslaught of horrific car accidents being caused by unlicensed, reckless Haitian migrants, creating chaos, death, injuries, and skyrocketing insurance rates. In India, car accidents are a public health crisis. In 2022, they had over 450,000 reported accidents, responsible for 150,000 deaths. Now, road accidents are a major public health concern in that country. It's likely the official statistics miss the full extent of the mortality from road accidents. What is known as India's sample registration system surveys over 8 million households to estimate causes of death using verbal autopsies. In 2019, the SRS estimated 330,000 plus road accident fatalities. Now, that's more than double the number of deaths reported by the Indian police for that same year. Now, even by official recorded numbers, India reports the highest number of road deaths of any country in the world. It's a complete driving hellscape over there. And it's no surprise they show up here and drive like maniacs on our roads. So the question, who is verifying these Class 1 licenses? And it's happening in Canada as well as the U.S. For starters, it's the blue states like California that make getting licenses easy and perfectly legal for foreign and illegal drivers. Getting a CDL as an illegal, it's easy as pie. You can just look at the snapshot from the California Department of Motor Vehicles website where they break it all down. The result is obvious. Dangerous driving habits are not being left overseas. They're being directed directly onto our and Canadian roads. And the process is quick, clean, and easy. It's not just a U.S. problem. Canada's become the poster child for how not to run a trucking industry. Foreigners there are making a mockery of legitimate training programs, setting up licensing mills, pumping out barely trained drivers who get behind the wheel of 18-wheelers. It's carnage. And worse, we in the U.S. are headed the exact same direction. Why is this happening? Why are unqualified foreigners and illegals being trusted with the machines that can wipe out families in a split second? Well, it comes down to the same old story every time. Profit over safety. Companies care more about cutting costs than protecting human lives. Bureaucrats keep looking the other way so they can keep getting the donations and support from these crooked corporations. And now, the innocent Americans paying the ultimate price on their own highways. Now, this is not just about hellish traffic and bad drivers. It's about a broken system where foreign workers, many here illegally, are being placed into situations that put every single one of us at risk. Once again, the ordinary Americans sacrificed on the altar of revenue. Well, in many cases, our leaders pretend like nothing's happening. Well, this past day, in a letter to the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, Monday, OOIDA calling for the immediate suspension of the state's ability to issue these non-domiciled CDLs. Due to the ongoing safety concerns, we strongly encourage you to immediately suspend states' authority to issue non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses for interstate commerce. At a minimum, this suspension must remain in place until the Department of Transportation has completed their review of non-domiciled CDL issuance and implemented appropriate measures to ensure CDLs are only being issued to qualified drivers. There has to be a greater barrier to entry for operating a commercial motor vehicle, and the DOT should be looking into how these drivers are being recruited, compensated, and treated, as well as the safety record of the carriers that are actually using these non-domiciled drivers. Once the audit is complete, the DOT should, at a minimum, require a thorough review of non-domiciled applicants' driving history before they are eligible to receive their license. Yeah, they had a bit more to say, but we're up against the clock. Closing out hour number one. Round the country, 844-844-3388. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There's growing concern at the Jersey Shore over Hurricane Erin, which is already producing dangerous waves and life-threatening rip currents.
And while the storm will likely stay over a couple hundred miles from the U.S., the impact on East Coast shores from those dangerous currents could still be deadly.
While Erin is not expected to make landfall at the Jersey Shore, she's already churning up the ocean, creating dangerous conditions. With 2 drownings at the Jersey Shore last week, lifeguards are very concerned.
People are still coming down. People with small children are coming down, and this is not safe conditions for anybody to be in the water right now.
That's Bob Selfridge, who heads the Barnegat Light Beach Patrol. He's discouraging people from going to the shore this week and says if you do, make sure it's to a beach where lifeguards are on duty. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Several top Senate Democrats are urging President Trump to stop a deal with NVIDIA and AMD.
The deal would allow the companies to sell artificial intelligence chips to China after they agreed to share 15% of revenue from sales. However, it's raising national security concerns for Democratic lawmakers. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer led a group of legislators in sending a letter to the White House arguing that the government's deal with the chip makers blatantly violates the purpose of export control laws. Lawmakers are now demanding information about who participated in the negotiations, what legal standards were applied, and how the 15% will be collected, plus more. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Home builder confidence slipped in August due to weak demand for new single-family homes.
The National Association of Home Builders Builders says sentiment in the market edged down 1 point from the month before. In further signs of a soft housing market, 37% of all builders reported cutting prices with an average price reduction of 5%. The use of sales incentives jumped to 66% in August, to its highest level in the post-COVID period. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
2 Lacey, Washington parents have been sentenced for an attack on their daughter outside her high school.
Ihsan Ali was sentenced to over 4 years in prison with 182 days suspended. He'll serve about 20 months. He's also required to take a parenting class and can't contact his daughter for 10 years. He can't contact her boyfriend for 2 years. Zara Ali was sentenced to a year for violating a court order. Their daughter read a statement calling her father a disgusting monster and said that she hopes he dies in jail. I'm Brad Ford.
A petition for a new trial for South Carolina mass murderer Dylan Roof has been denied.
In 2015, the white supremacist killed 9 black worshipers at Charleston's Mother Emanuel Church. After his conviction, Roof asked for a new trial, claiming that the judge was biased. On Wednesday, the U.S. Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals denied his request. Roof remains on death row. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Why do you say this to me, when you know I will kill you for it?
British actor Terence Stamp is dead.
He's best known for his role as General Zod in the Superman films.
Kneel before Zod!
Stamp's family confirmed the news of his passing Sunday. Over the course of his career, which spanned some 6 decades, Stamp earned an Oscar nomination for his big screen debut in 1962's Billy Budd. No cause of death given. Stamp was 87. John Summers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, welcome into a brand new day as we close out the greatest day of the week, Monday in the books. Yeah, we're working our way into the 19th day of August here. A Tuesday comes your way. Trust your week's off to a good start. Hello to Hillbilly Tex on board. Hanging on for the ride, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off I-75. And hello to Too Tall. Morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive family. Everybody have a safe night. Gary's on board. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster gets things up and running as we kick off another hour here. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm not too impressed with our mail service lately. The state of Mississippi mailed me a letter on the 3rd of this month, and it landed in my porch on the 18th there, so I wasn't too impressed with that. Well, anyway, Lauren Weed is right. The state of Mississippi was notifying me that my DOT physical expires in 60 days, and I had to get it done, or they were going to downgrade my license.
Mm-hmm.
They would not accept any paper copies whatsoever. So I'm just curious, even if you get pulled over for a DOT tick, they're not going to accept that paper copy either. So if it's not on that system, it'll just be out of luck there, right?
That's pretty much what he was saying, and I can't believe that he actually had it in his hand and in the DMV office, and they wouldn't take it.
Yeah, well, I walked into the Oklahoma way station over there one day, and a guy pulled me around back. I walked in, I handed him my license. I said, "You need my medical card?" He said, "You walked in here, you're talking to me, you're breathing." So he said, "Hell, I don't need to see that." That's my kind of DOT man, right?
Right.
Well, I'm back on the road tonight. I had last night off, but I almost took off again tonight. It's because I was getting too much baloney out of them there, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've cut down from 115 trucks down to 85, getting rid of all the dead woods, people that won't work, they don't run, they can't keep drivers. They'll come in there and they'll stay long enough to get that little bonus that they offer them there, but after that, they gone. Do the same thing to somebody else there,
Right.
I think he's done quit offering that bonus. He got rid of 30 trucks, and he's I ain't gonna say he's acting smarter, but he's doing some good things, I think. So anyway, man, I'm just sitting up here listening tonight. I ain't got a bunch of baloney. I had to mow my grass and wash clothes, go buy groceries, and all that good junk, so I could get back out here in the truck and make a living at it. There, right?
There, yeah. I had to cut the grass yesterday too. I'm with you.
Yep. Well, you reckon I need just let that DOT physical expire, and then they'll downgrade my license to an operator's license, and I won't have to drive a truck no more? I'm old enough to retire. Hell, I'm 67 now, so
yeah.
Well, somebody might need some money. I better keep that thing, right?
Keep them wheels turning. That's right.
Well, my next door neighbor that I've been dating there a little bit, she didn't want to go out. Said her arthritis was bothering her too bad there, and said she was a hot mess. I said, "Well, hell, I love a hot woman there." So she said, "You don't want this Bengay all over you." So I said, "I'll just pass, right?"
No doubt.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll keep listening, and if I find something else interesting, I'll call in. And at the worst case scenario, it'll be that loneliest hour. Have a good morning, Mr. Steve.
Back on the road as we roll into a Tuesday. Let's see here. What's going on, Ron?
How are you doing, Grandpa?
Well, another day. Yeah, I cut the grass yesterday. How often are you having to cut the grass? It's growing like mad this year.
Yeah. You know what? Because there's a lot of moisture out there, Steve. That's the reason why. The reason I'm calling is this Zelensky Russian thing. I want your take on it. I think this is going to finally end, and he's going to get a Nobel Peace Prize. What do you think?
I would venture to say things are heading the right direction. Sounds like everything was pretty good this past day, and all I know is right now Trump says he's working on a face-to-face meeting with Putin and Zelensky. Those are the two that got to sit down ultimately and get it done. And it might be
let me ask you this: when we bombed the shit out of Iran, don't you think that I put the stakes a little higher?
Obviously, the rest of the world had to take note. Certainly.
Yeah, I agree. Well, okay. Well, it's good to talk to you, man. I haven't talked to you in a while. How have you been? You okay?
Doing all right. Yeah, summertime flying by. Rowan's back in school. I don't know. When's Avery and Aubrey start school? Tomorrow, Wednesday, something?
No, yeah. And our granddaughter said that it's time for grandpas to pick us up. How about that?
Oh, boy.
That's what she said. little.
Right.
Yeah, she goes, when are my grandpas going to pick us up? Because I don't want to go on the bus. I'm like, I don't know, Aubrey.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Yeah. She's something else, man.
Kindergarten.
Unbelievable.
Kindergarten, yep.
Yeah. And so Steven's doing his thing. And so, you heard about all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But no, I am really intrigued by this Putin coming to Alaska. I've heard all your comments, or not your comments, but your callers' comments on this, but he came to us. He's a war criminal, for Christ's sake. And he came to us. So what does that tell you? Sanctions?
I thought,
or the fact that he's just...
he don't want the sanctions. That's for darn sure. Grump gave a good explanation last night. Yeah, that their economy, his country is out of money. He's broke. And then, the sheer fact that, the mighty Russia going into the little Ukraine, nearly 4 years have come and gone. Who would have ever thought Ukraine could hold back the likes of the mighty Russian military for this length of time? Let's get the very latest here. That is obviously it was a busy day, Monday, with foreign dignitaries. Of course, Zelensky actually coming in. The president says he has begun arrangements for a face-to-face meeting between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. Yeah, shortly after speaking by phone with Putin this past day, even as he hosted Zelensky and top European leaders to discuss a push to end the war. President Trump says, quote, I called President Putin, began the arrangements for a meeting at a location to be determined between President Putin and President Zelensky. After that meeting takes place, we will have a trilat, which would be the two presidents plus myself. Again, this was a very good early step for a war that's been going on for almost 4 years. So first, it's Putin, Zelensky, then what he calls a trilat. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz praising the dialogue Monday, stating it was a good meeting. He said the Putin-Zelensky meeting is going to be eyed within the next 2 weeks. Now, it's not clear if Putin is fully signed on to such talks. The Kremlin did, however, confirm the conversation with Trump, saying it lasted almost 40 minutes. Of course, this after Trump and Putin met in Alaska Friday. Russian state news agency TASS cited Putin's foreign affairs advisor, saying Putin and Trump spoke in favor of continuing direct talks between the Russian and Ukrainian delegations. They discussed the idea of raising the level of the direct Russia-Ukraine negotiations. Earlier, Trump said during his talks with Zelensky and the European leaders that a potential ceasefire and who gets Ukrainian territory seized by Russia is going to have to be hashed out face-to-face between the two leaders. That meeting would precede a trilateral meeting involving Putin, Zelensky, and Trump. Now, one thing I do know is a couple of things that Trump pushed Zelensky this past day is, first and foremost, stop pushing to be a NATO member. Forget about it. Number two, stop thinking you're going to get back Crimea, which, of course, that was taken when? In 2014? You're not going to get Crimea back. These are things I probably that he discussed with Putin, that these are his, I guess, red line in the sand sort of scenarios. He's not going to give up Crimea. He's not going to allow Ukraine to become a NATO member. Now, speaking Monday before the White House meeting took place, Russia's foreign ministry kind of responded to the idea of some sort of a NATO peacekeeping force in Ukraine, rejecting that idea. Such a scenario would lead to further escalation and unpredictable consequences. This was a strikingly different feel for this meeting versus the last between Trump and Zelensky. That previous one in February was a disaster that led to Trump ending the talks, temporarily pausing some aid for Ukraine. Now, at the start of Monday's meeting, Zelensky presented a letter from his wife for Trump's wife, Melania. Trump had hand-delivered a letter actually to Putin last Friday from the United States First Lady, urging him to consider the children being impacted by the conflict and bringing an end to the brutal war. So there you go. I think we know the rest of the story, but President Zelensky can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. Those were Trump's words Sunday night. Remember how it started? There's no getting back Crimea, the Obama-given Crimea. 12 years ago, without a shot being fired, there's no going into NATO by Ukraine. Some things never change. So as I mentioned, those are 2 points. Zelensky is just going to have to, have a recollection, a realization. At this point in time, it ain't going to happen. It may never happen. NATO. It is 844-844-3388. Back in 2.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, get a new day underway and lines available at 844-844-3388. Well, Grump, what's your take on the developments over the past 24 hours?
Well, I think one of the reasons they had so many of the European people there, number one, is Russia's been hitting some of the closer cities that has more of the, I guess you could say, more of the power plants and things that's on Ukrainian soil. They hit. What the hell was the name of that town? Zapol, something or another. I can't remember the name of it, but it's got the third largest nuclear reactor in Europe and supplies just a massive amount of power. And these are some of the cities that Russia's been trying to pound on so that they can, they're closer to the border where they can possibly take control of them. But, from what I'm seeing and hearing and reading and everything and just trying to piece this thing together, it looks to me like Putin just wants a way out of this. He knows that he is, that country is going to belong to somebody else if he don't knock it off, because it's going to happen within. I mean, like I said last night, winter time is coming on quicker than normal, and the Russian people are getting hungry. He has hardly a fighting force left. That's why they recruited in so many people from North Korea. They have so many of them fighters up there. I think they said that they've got about 14,000 of them fools has died on the battlefield, and they were supposed to be in, just in support, logistical support, things like that. But they screwed up and armed themselves, so Ukraine hit them. They really don't have anything. I mean, Russia, they really don't have anything right now that they can grab hold to, because they've got they had maybe some weapons that they got from India. They had some Chinese weapons, some Iranian weapons. The drones that they got out of Iran, they were just getting thousands of them damn things, and that come to a screeching halt when Israel bombed the hell out of the Iranian drone factories. And right now, like I said, it's just Russia's just playing this game. They got 60% of their Air Force, actually up to 70% of it right now is down. I mean, hell, Ukraine knocked out 60% of it at one time, with the drone attacks. And they can't get parts for their planes and things like that, so they're keeping them parked. They're doing more ballistic missile launches and they don't have an endless supply of ballistic missiles. They never produced anything hardly except oil and weapon systems. That's how most of their people were employed. And right now in Russia, when you look at all the refineries and everything that Ukraine has hit with drones and with other, with some of the longer range ballistic missiles that we've sold them, Russia's looking at saying, that we need a way out of this. We need it quick, because Putin don't want to give up power at all. He's this power drunk little bastard that thinks that the KGB is alive and well, and that the secret police will go around knocking on doors. And I don't think that's the case right now, because so many of the military's been devastated that they've had to bring people in from specialized areas, such as the KGB and other areas to, even the police and their so-called reservists and stuff to help fight this war. And, his idea, let me just stomp through Ukraine really fast, and take over this country again and add it to the Russian, our tab over here.
Mm-hmm.
He learned real quick that wasn't going to happen. And now that there's so many more, you had the Secretary General today. He made the comment that Trump was right, that Europe needs to fork over more money for their own defense, and they're seeing that firsthand. I mean, they can't rely on us forever, and our people to go bleed for them, and the American tax dollars to spend, beefing up their bases and their people and things like that. We got our own things to worry about, and what I see right now is Zelensky. He may be a little more reluctant for a peace deal than Putin is, because he has so much more backing right now. And, look at that long list of people that was, rode over on the plane with a guy, and they all,
So he's feeling he's feeling confident that the European nations are going to have his back. And
yeah, I think they've made it pretty clear that no, he's not going to be a part of NATO, but if he can get some kind of NATO security agreements to help for this, with Russia and what's going on right now. And I think a lot of them are making it clear now, or they're making it clear to Russia that attack on one is an attack on all, and that's why they have so many NATO members that's in the, that came to the White House today. And, so Russia's looking at it a little different, I think, right now. And Putin, like I said, he's not anywhere near stupid. He was a, KGB tactician. He knew, he knows what he's doing, as far as how to get a war implemented. But when you're broke, and all it takes is, it would have never happened, number one, if oil prices would have stayed low, if Biden hadn't, showed his ass and started shuttering so many things here in the United States. And I think what really set him off into buying oil or oil prices to shoot up where Putin was going to make a lot of money off of it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hey, let's pause there. Bottom of the hour. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is releasing a statement criticizing President Trump for detaining a 7-year-old Ecuadorian girl.
The girl's mother and 19-year-old brother were also detained by ICE agents last week when they reported to 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan for a routine immigration check-in. The mother and child were sent to a Texas detention center, while the adult son was sent to New Jersey. Hochul called the act cruel and unjust and says her office has contacted Homeland Security. The governor said Trump had promised to target the worst of the worst, and that if a 7-year-old girl is who President Trump considers the worst of the worst, then the promise was a lie from the start. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The NASDAQ gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
That's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Alrighty, coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. A word from the Space Weather Prediction Center stating that auroras, the northern lights, may be visible tonight. From Alaska to Iowa, they're saying. An incoming speedy solar wind could spark geomagnetic storm conditions overnight. Now, may be visible from some 15 states. Let me see. What would cause the activity? A large coronal hole is currently facing the Earth, ejecting a fast-moving stream of solar wind in our general direction. Yeah, the high-speed solar wind stream forecast to buffet the magnetic field overnight tonight. So it's not a guarantee. They did say the peak timing would be 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. All right, I'll have to check with spaceweather.com if anything's kicking at this point in time. Meanwhile, let me get back to Grump hanging in there this Tuesday morning. Welcome back.
Yeah. You know, another thing I think that's getting Putin and kicking him pretty hard is the optics of this war. Is Ukrainians, Zelensky's allowed in so many more journalists, and they've been operating in so many more cities and things like that, and you can't hardly look at YouTube or anything else without seeing a number of apartment buildings, things like that have been hit by Russian missiles and drones, and they're making it clear now that he's really after the Ukrainian people, and which I guess in a way he is. He just has no discipline whatsoever on these missiles and things. They're just launching them, and hoping they hit something. It's like Saddam Hussein and his damn Scud missiles. We used to call them, when I was over there, flying pipe bombs, because you never knew where in the hell they're going to land. And but Russia's, they have the capability of targeting different, more things. I mean, they've always had that's one thing the Russians has had, and I think Vic made a point of it last night, was that they've always had some, fantastic computer programmers and people like that, because for so many years they never allowed the civilian population on computers. They thought they were more for war-making capabilities than anything. So they're just throwing things together and launching, and trying to do this and do that. But the optics of it is that so many more people right now are seeing this, and I think this is one of the things that's driving a lot of the sanctions and stuff that's going on right now. Is just the simple fact that they're trying like hell to embarrass, I think Putin more and more because of what this idiot has done. I mean, he's just allowed this to happen where it does look like it's a war on people and not a war against the military or anything else. I mean, it just, he's just trying to exterminate the Ukrainian people is the way it looks. And I know that might not be the case, but that's how they want the optics of it to be viewed as. And, it's kicking him in the ass. I mean, when people like some of his supporters, like China and especially India, like I said, as soon as that war started, India had been, the president of India and his team had been in and out of Russia a number of times. They kept reporting on it. And, I'd read blurbs here and there about, possibilities of them doing, having some kind of weapon systems and stuff like that they, might sell some arms or buy oil or buy, just little ways that they're propping up this damn war. And, Trump, and that was fine under Biden. Biden didn't give a rat's ass. Biden just thought, well, whatever, as long as we can keep the war going. And I don't think Joe Biden even, he couldn't tell you what two countries were fighting today, but the people that he put in, the bureaucrats that the non-elected idiots that he put in office are the ones that had pushed this narrative. And if we don't fight them over there, we're going to fight them over here. Let's just keep the dollars rolling and going in. And when Trump got into office, he said, enough's enough. When we're supplying money to them, $4 to 1 to the European Union and things like it, what does that tell you? I mean, it just speaks to, or just reeks of just this prolonged war situation, because it keeps the donors coming in, and it keeps the people like Raytheon and some of the major arms manufacturers here in the United States busy, and we're selling weapons here and there, just like it kept the blanket companies busy when Barack Obama was president, because that's all the sumbitch would send over to Ukraine at that point in time was blankets and food and this and that. I mean, this could have been headed off a long time ago, but it just seems to me like, Steve, like the Democrats and a lot of the neocons wanted this kind of a war because it makes them more relevant. And but you hadn't heard a lot about from Lindsey Graham here lately, people like that, because Trump's pretty much put them back in their little box, told them to keep their mouth shut. They're sick, they're sick of listening to this prop up the war crap. And, if it was up to them, they'd be selling war bonds out here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, this is I think right now, like I said, it's, I think they're just looking to give Putin some kind of a win. Not necessarily a win, but a way to, I guess, get out of it with that's going to make it, the world has already sees him as he is. He's a tyrant. He's a little murdering little bastard and things like that. And by the way, I listened to Eagle the other night, when he was talking about that, why didn't they arrest him? We have Diplomatic Immunities Act. I mean, it's, they had arrest warrants against George Bush, Dick Cheney, several others, that they in the world court, things like that. It just can't happen. Dignitaries cannot land in other people's countries unless they've specifically done something to that country to where they're, are charged with a crime there, like that CIA agent that where I can't remember where in the hell he was, Pakistan, I believe is where he was, where he killed those two operatives that, were trying to kill him, and then they tried to, go ahead and lock his butt up. But if I remember correctly, he flew home on Colin Powell's plane, and they went over and got him. But for stuff like that, we can't have that. And then it kind of got me a little bit when he was talking about the soldiers kneeling. I mean, all you had to do was watch that video and see them anchoring that damn carpet. And it's not, it would have been the same as any other carpet. If it was a red carpet, black carpet, blue carpet, it don't matter. He was a visiting dignitary. They're showing respect to the office. They're not showing respect to that person. It's the same way that, if our president lands places, and it's always usually customary for the president, if he's in that location, to meet the other dignitary at the plane and have a photo op and things like that. And so there was no there. It just happened like it was. Whether you like Putin or not, he's still the president or the prime minister of Russia, whatever the hell he is these days. And they show respect for the office of that foreign nation. But anyway, I just see it. I think they're going to get something together. It's going to be here pretty sooner than later. And I seen where German Chancellor, whatever his face is, he was raising hell today. He was talking about, we can't have peace without a ceasefire. A ceasefire is never going to work. I mean, hell, they're going to launch back and forth. They're on the border and things. I don't think one's ever worked. It could, if they agreed on certain elements of a ceasefire, if they, prisoner exchange or able to bring in the Red Cross, who is, supposed to be a neutral organization where they can get in and look at the troops and look at people and, things like that. It could work, but the best thing, I think, Trump right now is just saying, look, we're going to have a complete peace agreement, or sanctions are going to be in place, and then your country's going to be crippled. That might be a better approach right now, and I think it's more lasting than a ceasefire, because ceasefires, like I said, it doesn't mean a hell of a lot if you got some rogue general or somebody like that on a front line that doesn't get the word, and they're still shooting. So maybe this peace agreement's something that needs to happen sooner than later, and I think it will. But anyway, that's about my 2 cents on this, and I don't know, how do you see it?
I think I'm pretty much on the same page as you. I think the sanctions really has Putin concerned. He knows he can't handle that, and the pressure we put on India, because India can't afford to have 100% or 50% tariffs from the United States. That would cripple them.
No. Well, India has relied so much on the United States. I think I said once before that, right now India owns about 17,000 gas stations, truck stops, things like that here in the United States. And they, between two families in India, they have control of 37,000 hotels here in the United States. Now, that's a lot of money going back to India. What would happen if we started putting tariffs and sanctions and things on them? They would have to lower their prices in their rooms and stuff just to get people in there, because they're not going to raise them up anymore to say, hey, if you want to stay here, you're going to have to pay a hell of a lot more because the United States is putting these sanctions and stuff on us. And that would be probably on the dollars that are being moved out of this country or taken out of this country. But it's just, India has been such a, I don't know. I just think, Steve, that we've opened up our country to too damn many places, too many people. And if you look at that idiot that just killed 3 people down in Florida.
Yep.
There's a lot of that goes unnoticed anyway. I mean, there's, overstaying visas. They say, 70% of the people that are here illegally today came here legally. And overstaying the visas, well, they come here, buy trucks. Barack Obama made sure that happened instead of that $1 million that they could invest in a country, in their company and hire only American workers at one time. It was dropped down to 50,000. Well, hell, that's when the Russians started flooding here. Russians and Ukrainians, Bosnians, people like that, just in the trucking industry alone. They were getting the work visas and things like that. And like I said, you can go to Ritchie Brothers right now, slap down $50,000 and say, I want to bid on 5 trucks or 10 trucks or whatever, $5,000 a piece. I know Russians that have done that where I live. And, we've allowed this industry right here, the trucking industry, to be overran by foreign nationals. And, they look at it like, well, they're moving interstate commerce. Let's kind of, sweep it under the rug and leave it alone. We'll tell them all the families and people like that these idiots have killed,
yep.
Because our government has allowed this atmosphere to continue. And I made it clear. I wish the hell that, there's nothing going to happen to that guy. I guarantee if you punch up that number today, that DOT number, that business is closed right now. They didn't have enough trucks out there to even worry about. They'll shut it down and go open back up under some other name, just like that guy down in Florida or in Texas did when that kid come off of, down into Denver and killed all those people. Here he was here legally, or was he? No, he was here legally, but he had an interstate license, not an he had an interstate, not an interstate. But it's, this is happening every day in businesses here in the United States. We've given away too much property. We've given away too much of our livelihood to foreign people that just come in here, looking for the American dream. Well, I don't think there ever was looking for the American dream. They're looking for the American dollar. They're just so much better off here than what they was. And if that visa expires, they don't give a rat's ass. They got to, it'd be years before they're ever caught up with. And at that point in time, they go home for a little bit and say, well, whatever, I kept my nose clean. Can I come back? Yeah, come on back. Go ahead and buy this hotel over here. Go ahead and buy this gas station or whatever the hell it is. Put these people out of work, and you can employ your own people. And that's the atmosphere that our government has created. So it's, they don't have anybody to blame themselves, but they got this so-called Immunities Act for the government also, to where, people in Florida right now can't sue California and say you screwed up because you gave this guy a driver's license. They can try. But I don't think anything's ever going to happen to them. They can't sue that company because they just went out of business, just like that outfit in Texas did. The day after, boom, shut the doors, liquidated every damn thing, and they were gone.
Mm-hmm.
And they've just made it too accessible for these people to do this. And they bring their sorry, worthless driving habits with them. Hell, I remember being in Iraq and places like that where, and we got Iraqi drivers here, but you'd see these damn trucks going down the road. If somebody got in their way, they'd knock them out of the damn way. They didn't care. Nobody was going to say anything. They just bump them and get them out of the way.
You move over.
And
the U-turn thing, that's a common practice there. Speaking of, let me get back to, there was a bit of response from the DOT secretary in a post published on the social media platform X. Sean Duffy wrote that there needs to be more scrutiny regarding the distribution of non-domiciled CDLs. Joe Biden's reckless immigration policy has allowed many unqualified foreign drivers on our roads who have no business operating a 40-ton truck. This is only one of the tragic accidents that should never have happened. Our investigators have already uncovered serious red flags in how states are doling out these CDLs. We will have more to share in the coming weeks. Statement from the Department of Homeland Security describing the issuance of a CDL to an illegal alien as, quote, asinine. 3 innocent people killed in Florida because Gavin Newsom's California DMV issued an illegal alien a commercial driver's license. This state of governance
is asinine. How many more innocent people have to die before Gavin Newsom stops playing games with the safety of the American public? We pray for the victims and their families. Secretary Kristi Noem and DHS are working around the clock to protect the public and get these criminal illegal aliens out of America.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, Philip will be checking in from the Sunshine State coming up here first. Plowboy. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, Grump with 150% right, almost 200% right. I mean, we've been fighting this long damn time. And he said the trucking industry. Okay, you go, yeah, he's all the way correct. You go out on the west side of the United States, Idaho, Washington, all the way down into California, into the valley, in Arizona and parts. They own 10 different produce farms out there. I don't want to call them gardens because that's basically what they are. They're just big, massive lands. And, I mean, they literally, you'll see one in there running around, and all of a sudden he'll disappear, and here comes in another. Well, I mean, it's on, and it's really disheartening. But I got a question. If he was on the toll road down there in Florida, I'm wondering if he was not on the phone and it was a question, what does this mean? And he told him to get off that son of a buck and run 95. So he was going to do a U-turn to evade a toll, get back on 95. That's why I kind of came up with it. Now, when it came to Lauren and his problem, this is something I've been hollering about for quite a long time. And it's not really anything new with us DOT physicals. Basically, we're going to have to start, those of us that only got a 1-year physical, and I do it because of my blood pressure, we're going to have to be re-upping our damn near every 10 months just to keep it current and on the up and up with the damn DOT. As big of a backlog as what Lauren just said they were. I mean, and it's just something I would ever thought would have came this bad, because most generally you get it one day and the next day it was good, or less than 24 hours. But that's an FCMSA problem, getting it back to the States, and I don't know. But now on the Texas deal, Steve, if I'm at your facility and you tell me to leave, and I don't leave, am I not going against the law?
I guess I could say you're trespassing.
Because thank you. And Patty would be more than glad to put me in them little bracelets and walk me out. State of Texas, in Austin's got a little lady down there, I forget her damn name. She has been offered to be escorted out, and she will turn them down, and she will be there until they reconvene Wednesday morning. I'm sorry. Lock her up for trespassing and be done with it. Lock her away, throw the key away, and say, but no, she's considering herself a political prisoner. Kiss my, yeah.
Okay.
But, now, I did hear something on your news break, and it just really just makes me madder than all get out when it comes to this one. Dylan Roof is trying to do something now, get a re-judgment hearing.
Well,
I understand
he
right.
wants.
Why is he even allowed to breathe?
He wants a retrial. Yes, a retrial. But that's not going to happen. All right, we hit news break, top of the hour here. Tell gets you into factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com to learn more.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots.
President Trump is moving to eliminate mail-in ballots ahead of the 2026 midterm elections.
The president shared a post on Truth Social, which outlined his plan to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And it targets what he called highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines.
Ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots.
Trump has previously claimed there's been widespread voter fraud involving mail-in ballots and pledged to fight for election integrity. I'm Brian Shook.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. shut down the talks of a 2028 presidential run.
In a post on X Friday, the Health and Human Services Secretary called the speculation a flat-out lie and a distraction from his work under the Trump administration. He reaffirmed his focus on delivering the Make America Healthy Again agenda. This comes after conservative influencer Laura Loomer accused Kennedy and aide Stephanie Speer of quietly planning a White House bid. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Newsmax is agreeing to pay $67 million in order to settle a lawsuit with Dominion Voting Systems.
The cable channel is expected to pay Dominion $27 million this month and another $40 million in the next 2 years. The lawsuit was filed against Newsmax in 2021 and stems from claims that the 2020 election results were fraudulent. Fox News also settled with Dominion in a similar lawsuit, which saw a $787 million settlement in 2023. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The NASDAQ gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Dollar General is recalling 3 lots of its 8-ounce Clover Valley instant coffee due to possible glass contamination.
The FDA said the coffee was sold between July 9th and 21st in every U.S. state except Alaska and Hawaii. Consumers can contact Dollar General for a full refund by email or phone call. I'm Lisa Carton.
Florida's Doge team is in Palm Beach County this week for an audit.
With an eye on property tax relief, State Chief Financial Officer Blazing Golia says the main goal of these audits being conducted in various Florida counties is to ensure taxpayer dollars are not being wasted.
This is an exercise where we can go in and we can start identifying some of the spending issues that may not be the best use of taxpayer dollars.
In Palm Beach, the Florida Department of Government Efficiency will pay specific attention to the way large contracts have been procured, compensation levels for county employees, and concerns about potential DEI-related policies. I'm Joel Malkin.
6 planets are visible in the sky through Wednesday.
Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are aligned and can be seen about 45 minutes before sunset. Most will be visible to the naked eye, but binoculars or a telescope will be needed for Neptune and Uranus. While not technically in alignment, these parades of planets happen because the planets orbit on the same plane or elliptic, causing them to appear in a line from our perspective on Earth. A full alignment of all 7 planets, including Mars, won't happen again until February 3rd of 2034. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, what do you say? Get a brand new hour underway as we roll into a new day. Tuesday, 19th day of August. Now, looking at a post from one of the many forecasters, everybody kind of tracking Aaron, which Monday, they're saying Aaron Monday morning continues to move more on the western side of the forecast cone. And each nudge to the west increases the effects of the storm on the east coast. The Outer Banks look to see the greatest impacts. Winds in excess of 50 miles per hour, tidal flooding, major coastal erosion. By Thursday morning, waves could be close to 20 feet in the Outer Banks coastal waters. Major concern for North Carolina 12, overwash and damage, possibly cutting off residents. The main reason for the mandatory Hatteras Island evacuations that are already in place. I guess a lot of people could be there, and once the storm passes by, no way to get out. Anyway, we'll continue to monitor closely in the coming days. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Another beautiful day to be alive.
Yep, on I-4 down here by Maitland. I won't live on Barrier Island, Steve. If I live where I'm at, I live inland. I don't live on the Barrier Island. And you live out on the Barrier Island, you take chances with that all the time. And even living on the beach, unless I had stupid money and wanted to throw it away, I wouldn't buy a beach house.
Mm-hmm.
And I live in one of the prime places where beach houses are everywhere. You just got to be smart when you live in these kind of places. My mother worked on the Barrier Island for many years over there by Vero Beach. And when the storms come, it cuts you off. You ain't got nowhere to go. I mean, you think about it, Cocoa Beach. A hurricane comes in at Cocoa Beach, they shut all the bridges down, man. You can't get in or out. So you either get out or you locked in. So there's nowhere to go, and they have a lot of looting and all that kind of stuff happening during the hurricanes and over the years. And, I don't know. I don't want to live on no Barrier Island. What's your thoughts, Steve?
Coastal areas is one thing, the being way out there, that's kind of scary to me.
It is. It is scary. Even with our afternoon storms here in Florida, you could trigger a water spout in a heartbeat right off of the beach. We seen a few weeks ago, we had a gentleman pass away over here who got struck by lightning, and the storm was 20 miles away from him, and he was on the beach. I mean, it's one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind going to the beach. It's cool to visit. Don't get me wrong. I don't want, sure, I've stayed at the beach on vacation, but it's not somewhere I want to live at, and you just got to be careful when you do that kind of stuff, especially down here. And that I think somebody said earlier that that guy might have been turning around going back to 95. There's something that a lot of folks didn't realize in the situation. I'm not sure where the accident happened at on Turnpike.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make that perfectly clear. But if it happened south of 70, there is a rest area. It's one of those areas that, they have restaurants and all that in the rest area. They have them up and down the Turnpike. And it does have a turnaround in that area to where you can get on the other side of the plaza and go the opposite direction. So you don't even have to make a U-turn. They have it's like a little plaza area. It's a rest area and restaurant combination thing. They have them all up and down the Turnpike. You can go in there, stop, go to the bathroom, get your sandwich, get your coffee, whatever. But it also has a turnaround area to where you can turn around and you can go the opposite direction on the Turnpike. Now, I don't think that gentleman might have thought about that. Maybe he might have been past that. I'll give him benefit of the doubt as far as that goes. But really, he shouldn't have made a U-turn anyway. Should have went to the next exit, got off, came back around.
Exactly.
That's a common sense thing to do.
Yep.
So, but there's a lot of folks that don't pay attention to that when they're on the Turnpike. The Turnpike has those plazas up and down them. They're up and down. I think they're up and down. There's one up close, just north of the Villages. There's one up there. They made them that way many years ago. There's one down there by Avon Park. It's just another way because they knew somebody might do that U-turn thing. That's a popular thing down here in Florida, Steve. I'm not sure about Cincinnati. I've never been to Cincinnati. It's a long time ago, even if I was. But, U-turns are all over the place down here, and people will do them in a friggin' heartbeat. Excuse my language here, but that's the way they're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
They'll do them in a heartbeat. As far as Grump goes with these Indian folks, it seems like to me, what I've seen over the years with a lot of Indian folks is they come over here medically. They went and got their medical license and then went back to their countries. A lot of them have stayed over here, and if you noticed, a lot of them have went to franchise-type businesses. So think about franchise-type businesses. We're talking about 7-Eleven, Subways, McDonald's, Burger King, motels. A franchise-type business. It seems like the Indian folks tend to head for those franchise-type businesses. But what I see with a lot of foreign people coming over here from where I work at and the place I live at, I'm seeing a lot of them come over here, as Grump speculated, with the money. They make the money. They can make money here, a decent wage, and they can send all that money back to their country, to their folks over there, so they can have a good life in their own country. And that's what I see it. I see it here all the time. We have a lot of folks from Haiti. Have you seen all the stuff in Haiti, Steve? All the storms and all the earthquakes and all the different things in Haiti? Those people can't make money there. So what they do, they come over here. They live here. They make their money. They send it back home to their folks in Haiti. Venezuela, another case in point. We have a lot of people that come over here, live in the United States, send their money back to their families in Venezuela who doesn't have the money to make a job over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Does that make sense to you, Steve?
Oh, absolutely. Haiti, of course, for decades, they've relied on humanitarian relief from countries like us, but with a corrupt government, like so many other, the humanitarian relief goes into the back pockets of the government, and not to the people that actually need it.
Absolutely. I mean, we're faced with a lot of things here lately in the United States. I mean, heck, it's been on the news down here all this week. They had it really surprised me too when I heard this name. Do you remember the name Howard Johnson, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember that name for a hotel?
Oh, Joe.
Howard Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's owned by the Wyndham Company. The Wyndham Company owns that name, and they franchise it out. Well, they opened up a place here in International Drive, right in Orlando. They actually shut it down. It's been condemned because they have no fire suppression systems. They have no fire alarm systems in the building, so they shut it down, condemned it, and now they moved all those folks out. It was one of them deals where you could pay and stay by the week. Well, these people are paying by the week, and they're staying there forever. And they're, it's their house. And now they've condemned it. They kicked them all out, and now they're homeless. And that's a lot of the things that's happening down here. We got a lot of people that are homeless. And it's happening. I mean, I don't know if you saw the story or not. There was a story not too long ago, I think it's been a week or two ago on CBS, about in California, they're actually got a big epidemic of people that are living in RVs. Instead of having a house, they got an RV, and they're just parking the thing on the side of the street and living on the side of the street. Well, they don't want that no more, so they're setting up these little RV parks in L.A. and different places so these people can get their RVs off of the street. I don't know. Did you hear anything about that, Steve?
That I have not. No, sir.
Yeah, that's a big epidemic in California. It's got a lot of people, and it's not like pristine RVs. It's like, they got Winnebagos from like the 70s.
Yeah.
That they picked it up cheap, like Grump said earlier with the trucks at Ritchie Brothers. That's what's happening. They're picking a lot of this old stuff up cheap and making do with what they got to do with, and that's what's happening. So as far as the storm goes, I'm not so much worried about Aaron. I'm just worried about them two little X's that are just out there by Africa right now. I don't know if you paid attention to any of those, Steve.
I've seen models of one potential storm coming in behind Aaron that may impact the Sunshine State, correct?
Well, it's back and forth. It's kind of the windshield wiper thing. I don't prove anything until it's like 3 days out. I've always said that, and I always will say that. But the models are back and forth. Like, I looked at the GFS this morning, it's showing more like an Aaron type of thing. Yesterday, it was showing more like Florida type thing.
Mm-hmm.
The day before that, it was showing more like Brother Rambler type thing. And that's the thing. It's just back and forth. And it's going to be that way until it gets closer. This AI stuff will literally, I'll tell you what, folks, it will literally drive you insane if you let it get your anxieties. Because seeing some of these predictions, and this is all AI, a lot of these models is all AI influenced, it will drive you nuts if you let it drive you nuts. The big thing is 3 days out, that's when the story's going to be told. That's when the models go tight. I mean, we look at Aaron, look how tight the models are with Aaron right now. And when they're all in agreement like that, that's a big deal. There's when they're buffered out and wide, that's a different story. So, but we'll just have to sit back and wait and take it easy. And I tell you what, man, it will throw your anxieties through the roof, Steve, looking at this stuff. You see them out there lined up. I mean, lined up, and it's boom, 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 boom. We don't want another 2004 down here.
Right.
Okay, we don't want another Helene. We don't want that kind of stuff, because that kind of stuff will drive you, that. And Steve, let me ask you this. What do you think about the deal now with all these budget cuts and everything? What do you think happens with one of these big storms come through? Are people going to be a little bit more out in the wind with all the federal,
right.
FEMA stuff going away and all that?
Right. I mean, supposedly the more what? I guess responsibility on the state, like on DeSantis, on the state of Florida, is what the expectation's going to be.
Yeah, and it is. And it's funny, and I'm not beating up on nobody, but we've utilized some of our stuff for other things, if you know what I mean. And one of those things is alligator Alcatraz. I mean, it's just food for thought here, folks. We've utilized some of our equipment that we need in case we get a hurricane for that. Now, there is a chance if a hurricane came through there right now, it would take all that equipment out. And then we would be left with nothing. Now, am I getting down on Governor DeSantis? No, I'm not. It's just something that we, at a point of the angle that we have to look at here, folks. We have to look at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is Alligator Alley feasible or not? I'm not saying it's bad because what they're doing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying from a standpoint of emergency operations center standpoint, we are going to be in a bad shape. And that's the part that scares me. You know, people think North Carolina was bad. It could be a lot worse for everybody, not just North Carolina, not just for us. Because I don't single out anybody when it comes to these natural disasters. It happens. It's bad for everybody. We need to focus on it. So, but that's what I got today, buddy. I appreciate you. And y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me.
All righty. You do the same. Have a great morning. 21 past the hour.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Meanwhile, with all the national attention with the deadly Florida accident, and illegal with a CDL, the state of Illinois now also being focused on a tragic head-on collision August 9th, sparking outrage and renewed debate over Illinois' sanctuary laws. After a U.S. citizen was killed by a man who had been released from local custody 7 times, despite federal request to detain the guy, as in an ICE detainer request, Illinois continues to refuse to work with ICE. Rolando Ikachuk, age 30, a Guatemalan national with a history of serious criminal offenses, driving southbound on Illinois Route 26 when he crossed the center line, crashing head-on into a vehicle driven by Darcy Brunner, 61 years old, killed instantly. According to officials from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Ikachuk had been arrested multiple times in recent years for crimes including driving under the influence, endangering a child, domestic battery, resisting law enforcement. Each time, ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operations Field Office in Chicago issued a detainer request asking local authorities to hold this guy for up to 48 hours so federal agents could take him into custody. Each of those 7 requests denied. Due to the Illinois Trust Act, the sanctuary law, local law enforcement agencies are prohibited from honoring these detainer requests. This meant, despite his repeated arrests and his long-standing criminal record, Ikachuk was released back into the community. Now, his most recent conviction in January for a DUI resulted in a sentence of 7 days in jail. This was not an innocent accident. It was a preventable tragedy made possible by policies that release dangerous offenders back on our streets. According to the acting field office director for ERO Chicago, 7 times ICE asked for custody. 7 times local law enforcement was forced to ignore those requests, placing the death of this innocent woman directly onto the hands of those who voted the Illinois Trust Act into law. He concluded by asking how many more lives have to be lost before Illinois lawmakers care enough about their constituents to ensure all law enforcement, federal and local, are able to work together. It's just really become a trend, hasn't it? All right, Brain Dad going to be checking in here, talking a little NASCAR action. Of course, it was Richmond over the weekend. We'll get his take on, of course, you had a guy that was way back in the championship standings, 28th, I believe. With the win, stamps his way into the group of 16 that'll be in the playoffs. Obviously, the season to this point, being 28th in points, hasn't been all that grand. Does he stand a chance? We'll ask. Meanwhile, in Thornton, Colorado, police highlighting the results of a recent commercial vehicle enforcement operation. Let me quickly break down. It was just a one-day operation, 40-plus trucks inspected. Ultimately, 16 summons issued, 18 overweight violations, 8 out of service violations, but the most important outcome, they say, 4 drivers were operating commercial vehicles without a valid CDL, taken off the road. Operating a commercial vehicle is more than just driving. It is a serious responsibility. Yeah, our traffic unit is committed to holding unsafe drivers accountable and keeping the Thornton Street safe. But if it was 40 trucks, 4 out of 40 operating without a valid CDL, that's like a 10%. I found that interesting. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is releasing a statement criticizing President Trump for detaining a 7-year-old Ecuadorian girl.
The girl's mother and 19-year-old brother were also detained by ICE agents last week when they reported to 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan for a routine immigration check-in. The mother and child were sent to a Texas detention center, while the adult son was sent to New Jersey. Hochul called the act cruel and unjust and says her office has contacted Homeland Security. The governor said Trump had promised to target the worst of the worst, and that if a 7-year-old girl is who President Trump considers the worst of the worst, then the promise was a lie from the start. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The NASDAQ gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back at it here. Got a new week underway. Tuesday coming on. Thanks for being along for the ride. 844-844-3388. Shorty checking in. He said, sure glad my cruise was last month to the Turks and Caicos, Dominican Republic, and Bahamas. I guess they're not getting per se decimated by Aaron, but some of these areas, when you pick up 10, 12, 14 inches of rain, it's going to be a sloppy, muddy mess, flooding everywhere. Hello to Gregory, 58 degrees in McCammon, Idaho, this early Tuesday. And it's 844-844-3388. And good morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve-O. How was your weekend there, buddy?
I guess it was an okay weekend, and nothing really special. Did spend a little time at the pool, though.
I figured that much, because, see, I didn't run last night, because going Sunday morning, I was going down to Brandon, Mississippi, just outside Jackson. I blew a tire out. Took the tire guy 7 hours to fix the tire.
Wow.
And get me back rolling, which of course burned my clock up. They had somebody recover the trailer, and I hauled butt back home. And then they called me at 3 o'clock in the evening time to go out, and they said, we got to run it this time, I said, well, I can't do anything because I can't run till, I think it was like midnight. I couldn't run. They said, we'll just call you in the morning. So now I had this frozen trailer go down to Byram, which is just south of Jackson, Mississippi. And they said, oh, yeah, when you get there, they're going to open the store back, do a grand reopening come Wednesday. So just drop that frozen trailer and just come on back home. So I'm sitting there bobtailing back home. I'm keep looking in my mirror like, where the heck did that trailer disappear off to? I know the fat lady ain't took it off with it, but now I got a couple things real quick before we get into the whole sports world.
Okay.
I did see a memo come across. I did see a memo today come across from the IBT about yellow. So if you are a yellow person, please turn up the radio real quick. There was supposed to be a hearing coming up on the 4th, and that got 4th of September. That has been changed. Now, this memo was talking about the Warren Act and the multi-state employer pensions. So if you've got a pension, this is for you too as well. Apparently, the court or some idiot decided to lump the whole Warren Act and the employer pensions into one hearing. Now, I'm sorry. The Warren Act is Warren Act. The employer pensions is employer pensions. I'm not old enough to be nowhere near the pensions. That does not affect me at all, one way, shape, form, or fashion. The only thing that affects me is the Warren Act and getting this chapter closed. So there was a timeline. I think it was October 22nd is when you can file a motion of objection. Excuse me. And then they laid out different things where there's meeting with the attorneys back and forth, whatever. And November the 5th is supposed to be the final hearing date on all of these matters. And, Steve, I wish there was a way we could fast forward and get to November the 6th, because not only that, but I'm tired of the daggum hot weather. How about you?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to complain. It's not been overly hot. It was it was like 85 degrees by 11 in the morning there Saturday, but that's why we spent time in the pool.
Well, it was 100 degrees here yesterday.
Still?
And they called for another 100 degrees today. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, I'm ready for fall. I don't know about anybody else, but you were talking about all these ICE detention centers. And I sent you a story last week. I don't know if you hit it or not, but there's a town called Mason, Tennessee. It's just outside of Memphis. And they have an old prison there from that Corrections Corporation of America that the city council voted to make that into a new ICE detention center. Did you see that story I sent you?
Yes, I did indeed. I don't think I touched on it on the program though.
Yeah, I'll put it this way: it got pretty heated in that whole meeting. From what the news said, is that the police were having to be restraining people. It was so heated and hot topic. So
wow.
Now let's change gears into some sports stuff, shall we? Actually, Saturday night I forgot about the NASCAR race. I totally forgot about the NASCAR race. But yes, it was kind of a shock and a win to see Austin Dillon actually win the Richmond race cleanly. Can you believe that he actually won the race cleanly, Steve?
Right.
I think somebody just
the controversy last year, right? After winning the race, he still was disqualified from the playoffs, right?
Yep. So now he's got no excuse to not make the playoffs. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't think he's going to go very far. I don't. I really don't. But the real race to watch is this weekend with Daytona. Anything could happen here. You could have Ty Dillon win the race. You could have Cody Ware win the race. But at the end of the day, though, there's going to be only one driver that gets in on points, just one, and it's going to be a fun race to watch. The other thing to watch is Shane Van Gisbergen. Now, I'm going to say this right now. I know Eagle loves to talk about him, so there is a way he could quite possibly make the second round of playoffs. Now, like I've said many times here, he is getting good on the ovals, but he needs to be consistently finishing the next three ovals after Daytona, the next three tracks after Daytona in 15th or better. I think he has had a couple 15 top of 15s in there. But if he can get to that second round, he's definitely got a lock, because you might as well go ahead and hand him the trophy for that Roval and put him into that third round. So that's something they're really going to have to watch for. But the one thing but changing gears here a minute, I don't know if you saw this or not, but did you see Rob Manfred in a statement that he made about baseball?
Did not.
He wants to expand Major League Baseball by 2 teams. However, he's going to have to realign everything. And they had a map of being.
And brain dead. I was waiting to see if he came back. He ran into the dead zone, the dead cell zone. Yeah, we'll put him back in queue, see if he comes back. He may drop his cell and dial us back up there. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Maybe I can ask him about Memphis. I found it interesting this past day. It's the home of the blues for more than just music. According to Wallet Hub, Memphis is considered the most dangerous U.S. city to live in, not only in terms of crime, but also when considering other risks like car accidents, financial safety, natural disasters. Known as the birthplace of rock and roll in Bluff City. Had 129 homicides in the first 6 months of last year, which was higher than any other city in the country, according to the August findings from the Major Cities Chiefs Association Violent Crime Survey. Still, homicides declined from the prior year when there were 156 in the first 6 months of 2023. But Memphis, a home to the famous musicians, including Elvis, Johnny Cash, Aretha Franklin, Justin Timberlake, also ranks low on several other key factors that WalletHub uses to determine a population's overall safety. Memphis landed at the bottom of a WalletHub survey of 182 cities because of low marks in categories including residents' financial safety, home and community safety, and risk of natural disaster. The city ranked second to last when it comes to residents' financial safety, and more specifically, has the lowest percentage of households with emergency savings, according to the survey, ranking third in terms of home and community safety with its high homicide rate and being among the bottom 10 cities in terms of assault per capita. It also ranks 173rd in traffic deaths per capita, according to WalletHub. In 2022, Memphis was dead last when it came to traffic deaths, according to data from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They earned slightly better marks in the category of natural disasters, ranking 101st, again out of 182. Not surprisingly, a July WalletHub study found that Memphians were also some of the most stressed out residents in the country. On the other hand, Yonkers, New York, was the sixth safest city on WalletHub's survey, earning third safest in home and community, 29th in risk of natural disaster, 139th in financial safety. Top cities, what do you see? South Burlington, Vermont, Casper, Wyoming, Warwick, Rhode Island, Burlington, Vermont, and Boise, Idaho, listed as the top 5 safest cities overall in the survey, again from WalletHub.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, let's check back. Did we find ourselves back in cell zone? Sounds like he's back.
Yes, somewhat I'm back, but Where did I leave off at, Steve? Where did the phone
you kind of disappeared talking about, I think we were talking Gissenberg and of course, then Daytona. Daytona's a toss-up always because it's really about just being around at the end, right? If you can stay out of the big one or the big two or three, anybody's got a chance.
But now, like I said, if Gissenberg can run top 15 in the next in the first round, the 3 tracks from the first round, and he gets into that second round with that Roval, like Eagle always says, hand him the trophy. Go ahead and hand him the trophy and let him go on to the third round. So, but will he win the championship? No, I don't think he's going to win the championship. But I do think if he could do top 15 in the first 3 races of the playoffs, he will be a contender for that third round. So, but no, I saw something kind of interesting. Today. I know our buddy Rick Friend, who's I don't know where he's at. I think he's MIA again. I saw a story today that Rob Manfred, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, is talking about expanding Major League Baseball. Did you hear about this?
I think that's actually where we left off. You were saying by 2 teams or something.
Okay.
So that was what we got to.
Yeah, but he's also wanting to realign the whole game, all the teams. I mean, he could take Cincinnati and throw them in the AL East. Excuse me, in the AL East, and get them out of the NL. And I saw the map, and I couldn't. I quickly glanced at it. I didn't really study it or anything, but still, it is kind of interesting. Now, my question is, where would they put 2 teams at? Because Nashville has been begging for one and dying for one, and I don't. And if that's the case, where would you put the second team? That's the other question. Does Seattle get a second team? Does Portland get a team? I mean, where does baseball go with this?
All I know is Tennessee needs a team.
Hey. Look. I told Dingbat that she had the wrong number for you. Okay, I don't give you any help in all of this. This is my her fight. Tennessee does need help.
Yeah, the whole premise that we had the Bristol thing there with the Reds and the Braves, first major league game in Tennessee. You need a team there somewhere.
We do have a team. I think it's called the Memphis. Well, I can't say that name without getting booted off the radio, but you were talking, but back during the break time, you were talking about that whole Wallet Hub survey.
Yeah.
And crime's out of control. And like we've said, it's the part of it's the police chief. Police chief's not doing nothing. No, they're not really doing any policing. We have a deadbeat district attorney, and there's really nothing they can do. I know that dang Eskimo Mom. I think I saw this over the weekend that U.S. Marshals rounded up 144 people that were wanted. But it's the biggest question. You took them off the street. We got judges here to let them back out by the time the ink's dried on the paper. That's one of the reasons why crime is so high. And it's just totally crazy. Now you did say something about natural disaster. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, and I mean,
natural disasters.
Memphis is not really in a zone that would be prone. I mean, I guess you have tornadoes, but I mean, that's about it.
Well, see, there is another natural disaster other than tornadoes or flooding. It's called Gibson Donuts. Now, if Gibson Donuts closes, go ahead. That is a natural disaster, because I know poor Dingbat there will be just consoling me, because that's one of my favorite places to get some donuts at. And speaking of that, Steve, let me get off the line here. I will be listening, and I'll holler at you tomorrow.
Appreciate you checking in here on a Tuesday. In other words, he'll be back on our hump day. All right, let me see here. Horse Feathers had forwarded an update to me as I was doing my show prep about a ship that exploded there this past evening in Baltimore. The details I was able to come across, and this was caught on camera as well. It looked like a pretty decent-sized explosion. Yeah, right toward the very front end of the ship. I don't know. It was a coal-carrying vessel. But details an apparent explosion aboard a Liberian-flagged bulk carrier near the Francis Scott Key Bridge site in Baltimore this past evening. Baltimore City Fire spokesperson John Marsh tells WBAL that the incident was reported 6:28 p.m. Eastern, that the situation was contained, and they did confirm no injuries. The vessel had just departed the CSX coal dock, apparently. According to a member of the Baltimore and Chesapeake Bay Shipwatchers Group, Singer tells WBAL the ship was full of coal at the time of the explosion. Multiple fireboats in the U.S. Coast Guard responding to the scene. Baltimore officials said there was no indication of a wider safety threat. The cause of the explosion remains under investigation. The ship was reportedly en route to Port Louis, Mauritius, carrying a full coal load. No damage reports to nearby infrastructure or reports of pollution released at this point in time. They said additional information would be forthcoming once the investigation into the cause of the blast was complete. They did say that I believe there were 25 crew members aboard this particular vessel. All were accounted for, and the fire was out. So, but again, caught on video. You'll probably be coming across that on social media. Big explosion there. Real quick, as we close out another hour, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, a Greensburg, Pennsylvania trucking company filing Chapter 11. CLB Trucking filing for bankruptcy for the Western District of Pennsylvania this past Friday. According to the filing obtained by FreightWave, CLB has 1 to 10 million in liabilities, 1 to 49 creditors. According to the Safer Data website, CLB Trucking hauls metal, coal, dry bulk commodities, and asphalt. 9 power units over the last 2 years have 8 vehicle and 11 driver inspections, none of which resulted in drivers or vehicles being taken out of service. So obviously Chapter 11, like so many others, is struggling to get by. Do not buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code overnight100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. There's growing concern at the Jersey Shore over Hurricane Erin, which is already producing dangerous waves and life-threatening rip currents.
And while the storm will likely stay over a couple hundred miles from the U.S., the impact on East Coast shores from those dangerous currents could still be deadly.
While Erin is not expected to make landfall at the Jersey Shore, she's already churning up the ocean, creating dangerous conditions. With 2 drownings at the Jersey Shore last week, lifeguards are very concerned.
People are still coming down. People with small children are coming down, and this is not safe conditions for anybody to be in the water right now.
That's Bob Selfridge, who heads the Barnegat Light Beach Patrol. He's discouraging people from going to the shore this week and says if you do, make sure it's to a beach where lifeguards are on duty. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Several top Senate Democrats are urging President Trump to stop a deal with NVIDIA and AMD.
The deal would allow the companies to sell artificial intelligence chips to China after they agreed to share 15% of revenue from sales. However, it's raising national security concerns for Democratic lawmakers. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer led a group of legislators in sending a letter to the White House arguing that the government's deal with the chip makers blatantly violates the purpose of export control laws. Lawmakers are now demanding information about who participated in the negotiations, what legal standards were applied, and how the 15% will be collected, plus more. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Home builder confidence slipped in August due to weak demand for new single-family homes.
The National Association of Home Builders says sentiment in the market edged down 1 point from the month before. In further signs of a soft housing market, 37% of all builders reported cutting prices with an average price reduction of 5%. The use of sales incentives jumped to 66% in August, to its highest level in the post-COVID period. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
2 Lacey, Washington parents have been sentenced for an attack on their daughter outside her high school.
Ihsan Ali was sentenced to over 4 years in prison with 182 days suspended. He'll serve about 20 months. He's also required to take a parenting class and can't contact his daughter for 10 years. He can't contact her boyfriend for 2 years. Zara Ali was sentenced to a year for violating a court order. Their daughter read a statement calling her father a disgusting monster and said that she hopes he dies in jail. I'm Brad Ford.
A petition for a new trial for South Carolina mass murderer Dylan Roof has been denied.
In 2015, the white supremacist killed 9 black worshipers at Charleston's Mother Emanuel Church. After his conviction, Roof asked for a new trial, claiming that the judge was biased. On Wednesday, the U.S. Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals denied his request. Roof remains on death row. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Why do you say this to me, when you know I will kill you for it?
British actor Terence Stamp is dead.
He's best known for his role as General Zod in the Superman films.
Kneel before Zod!
Stamp's family confirmed the news of his passing Sunday. Over the course of his career, which spanned some 6 decades, Stamp earned an Oscar nomination for his big screen debut in 1962's Billy Budd. No cause of death given. Stamp was 87. John Summers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Well, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Tuesday. As you indeed cross over the midnight hour into the 19th day of August. All right, we'll get back to the calls here just ahead at 844-844-3388. Well, we got the rest of the story, as they say, and I guess there's a reason where individuals involved in an accident from time to time leave the scene of the crime, right? In this case, the pickup truck driver who struck a truck driver standing on the side of I-75, leaving the scene, it turns out it was a police officer with 14 years. 36-year-old Terrell Loudermilk was involved in a crash with another semi-truck on August 13. Both of the drivers had got out of their respective rigs. While standing outside the rig with the other driver, he was struck by a man in a pickup truck who did not stop. Well, apparently this past Friday, 48-year-old Christopher Bradshaw turning himself in to the Cobb County, Georgia jail for the incident. According to WSB Television, Bradshaw was a police lieutenant with the Milton Police Department for 14 years prior to the accident. He was fired Monday, this past day, a few days after turning himself in. He's been charged with homicide by vehicle and felony hit and run now. The Milton Police Department did release a statement about the incident and the subsequent arrest, stating the Milton Police Department has been informed that one of its lieutenants, Christopher Bradshaw, a 14-year veteran of the department, has been arrested by the Marietta Police Department in connection with the hit-and-run crash that tragically claimed the life of a motorist in Marietta, Georgia. The incident occurred while Bradshaw was off duty. Upon our initial notification of the investigation, Bradshaw was immediately placed on administrative leave and has since been terminated from employment by the city of Milton. Our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of the victim during this difficult time. We cannot provide further comment due to the ongoing investigation being led by the Marietta Police Department. We remain committed to transparency, accountability, and maintaining the trust of our community. So, had an individual who obviously knew his whole life, his whole livelihood was about to be turned upside down. And I guess in the heat of the moment, presuming he may have been possibly under the influence or something of that nature, decided not to stop. So we'll see where that goes, but tragedy either way you slice it, right? Well, Senor Heatwave, how we starting our new week out?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, not too bad. Albuquerque to Denver, Denver to Salt Lake. And who knows from there? We're doing all right. Excuse me. I wish to express thank yous and for my everybody calling in and wishing Lady Heatwave a happy birthday on Facebook and whatnot. She's still surprised that she's got that many people wishing her a happy birthday. I don't know why. One of these days I'm going to have to get her on the phone just to kind of surprise her so she can speak to everybody. But yeah, she's a little too smart for me most times. So I'd have to be really, really sneaky on in the way I do that. Well, let's see here. Well, Nashville already has a baseball team, man. It's a AAA team called the Nashville Sounds. So, I mean, that's AAA is as close to the pros as you can get.
It don't count.
So if you want to put one there in Nashville, throw one in Albuquerque. What the hell? Have an Interstate 40 rivalry there. Yeah, that'll work. So, I mean, hell, Oklahoma City's got the AAA team called the Redbirds. I don't know who they're the affiliates of, but yeah, hell, I mean, Albuquerque is the AAA team of the Colorado Springs or Colorado Rockies, whatever the hell that sorry team is up there in Denver. So, I don't know. Couldn't hurt. You know, they'd sell out every time, I'm sure. But then again, they'd have to build up, so I don't know. I am surprised, though, that Albuquerque is not number one in the worst place to live category. As far as crime and weather and economics and accidents and whatnot. I mean, hell, it seems like every year they set new records for all sorts of bad stuff. I mean, it far outweighs the good of what New Mexico has to offer. So that's a crying shame. But yeah, they got some red and green chilies individually bagged that they're selling at our local Walmart. Maybe if I can get your address, I can send it to you, and that way you can have a little bit of New Mexico right in your. Just keep it under lock and key and a gun at it, because you never know what might be crawling out of that bag of stuff. But other than that, Charlie Farquharson impersonator talked to the right wingnut and was talking about maybe having a Labor Day party somewhere. And the obvious place would be the Summers compound, you know. Mm-hmm. You got that big yard out there. You got the houses all around you to kind of block off anybody screaming and hollering, and no video cameras out there. So you might be getting a call from those two numbnuts thinking, hey, let's have a party over here. I don't know how you feel about it, but yeah, it's just something to toss around and see what everybody thinks about it. I mean, it's only 3 weeks away, 2 weeks away, so we gotta. If something's going to happen, it's going to happen fast, right?
Sounds like
I'm sure the Reds will be in town.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I've been hearing nothing but negativity from the Trump-Putin meeting. And I'm sure it's not from anybody or any news organization that has any inklings of liking Trump. Do you have what was talked about and what kind of agreements were made that NATO and Zelensky would be agreeable to, or is that still under wraps?
Well, I mean, I don't know who would say there was anything negative. I mean, Putin and Trump both agreed that it was a very constructive meeting. I mean, from Friday, just look how quickly Zelensky and then 4 other European leaders all made their way here yesterday, Monday, and all those foreign leaders all agreed it was that was a positive meeting on Monday. Now they're working to get a direct Putin-Zelensky one-on-one get-together. Hopefully, they're saying within the next 2 weeks. And then after that meeting, then it'll be a Trump-Putin-Zelensky trilateral meeting, kind of finalizing details. Some of the discussions that came out of Friday's meeting, supposedly there were reports that that Putin was agreeable to some sort of, like they were saying, Article 5 security force there in Ukraine. But yesterday's meeting said no, they're not going to have NATO, stationed there in Ukraine. That's out of the question. But some sort of Putin agreed to some sort of security guarantees, from the U.S. and the European nations for Ukraine. Those are kind of the details they have to work out. But everything's been constructive, very positive.
Well, okay, all right. Well, I just been hearing nothing but negativity from other sources. I'm like, well, what the hell? They like, oh, he caved, he got paid. It's like, right. I don't believe that. But I mean, the negativity is just overbearing at times. Well, I mean, if everything was great and everybody agreed on a principle, then why in the hell would Putin send another wave of attacks against Ukraine and kill all the civilians that he did?
That was one.
I mean, that just don't make any damn sense.
That was one thing Putin would not agree to on Friday. Trump was pushing for a ceasefire while these discussions take place, to which Putin said, no ceasefire, we're going to continue fighting.
Well, I tell you what, that just doesn't make any damn sense. One side is saying, hey, let's calm this down. Putin's throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him. I mean, what is it going to take? I mean, Putin started the damn war. I mean, he's playing the victim card. What is it going to take to get him to stop killing civilians?
Right.
What would it take? Probably what it would take would be us to get involved directly. And then, you sure enough would have World War III on our hands, wouldn't you? Well, that's a shame. That really is. 2 more weeks of killing, guaranteed, until they can have a meeting. That's just outlandish. Well, another piece of angry news out there, and I'm sure it's been talked about and rehashed and hashed over, but that Raji and Haji doing that illegal U-turn on Interstate 4, or whatever that it's like, you've seen the lack of concern on the man's face. Like, we just got another incident. And that van must have been going at a fairly high rate of speed. I mean, did you see how far back that trailer got knocked sideways? I mean, it was more than just a couple of feet. I mean, that damn trailer got kicked back. So it makes me wonder if it was empty or Because if it was loaded, I'm sure it wouldn't have gone that far.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about what speed
they're
they were going.
Around.
But if you're on the interstate, I'm assuming the speed limit there probably 65, 70 mile an hour. Hell, they may have had 70, it on. They may have had it on.
Yeah.
Might have been on cruise control.
Could have been, yeah. But I mean, after they had the first responders out there, you see that driver standing there like it ain't no big thing.
Yep.
And then I was surprised to hear Sunday that he was in California awaiting extradition to Florida. It's like, well, why wouldn't the Florida authorities have arrested him then? And how in the hell did he get away from them? Did he just hop on his magic carpet and fly back to California thinking, sanctuary, sanctuary? And I tell you what, if that don't tick people off, I don't know what would. So they need to give him life in prison, and then when he dies, maybe send his body back to India or wherever the hell he's from.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause, I mean, it's bad enough we have our own homegrown idiots here. We really don't have a need for any more foreigners coming over on this supposed, trucker shortage, driver shortage, which there never was. It's just a shortage of good drivers here in the States. And a shortage of good companies here in the States that would treat the drivers right. So, I don't know. Newsom got more blood on his hands, and of course he's going to blame Trump for it, and I understand he did, saying that this Raji was somebody that come in during the Trump administration as 45. So, I don't know.
He came into the country in 2018. Now, everybody look back. What was going on in 2018? Trump was doing everything he could to keep them, the Remain in Mexico policy. The Democrats were fighting him on every turn about sending anybody home. He was trying to build a wall. They wouldn't let. This individual somehow got in. I don't know if he was a got away or what it was, but yeah, he came in 2018, which would have been Trump was in office at the time. But I guarantee he's on the list right now that at some point his ass would have been rounded up by the current Trump administration.
Right.
Yep.
Well, my understanding was he was on a visa, and he just overstayed his visa. So, I mean, if he overstayed his visa and Biden was in control, no big deal. He'll leave eventually. Yeah, right. Well, he's going to be forcibly removed after he serves his time in prison. But, yeah, I mean, if Democrats want to scream at Trump, they need to look in the mirror to figure out which ones were the ones that were holding up his agenda. And you're right, it's the Democrats. So,
well, I'd have to double check. I'm not remembering anything about. He was from India. I don't remember seeing anything about him coming in on a visa. He came into the country via Mexico. If he had come from India on a visa, he wouldn't have needed to enter across the southern border. I don't, like I said, I'll double check, but.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, yeah, the breakdown here. After the accident, investigation found that the driver, Harjinder Singh, is an illegal immigrant who entered the U.S. illegally, crossing the Mexico border in 2018. Then he was given a commercial driver's license in the state of California. The actual press release here, let me see. State troopers obtained a criminal arrest warrant for the driver for 3 counts of vehicular homicide during the course of the criminal investigation with the assistance of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Troopers determined, entered the U.S. illegally, having crossed the Mexico border in 2018. Then obtained a commercial driver's license in the state of California under the federal authority delegated by ICE to Florida Highway Patrol state troopers through the 287G program. State troopers then issued an ICE detainer. Florida's Attorney General said in a statement, not only did California give this illegal alien a driver's license, but also a permit to drive large semi-trucks, something that should require considerable training and vetting. Noting that Florida, unlike California, has prohibited all IDs for illegal immigrants. Governor DeSantis also shared the press release on the tragedy and emphasized that the Democrat state of California issued this illegal alien a driver's license, which led to the loss of 3 lives. DeSantis said, illegal alien issued CDL by California doesn't even speak English. Sanctuary policies are deadly. Must hold the illegal alien accountable, but also the other actors involved, including the company. Several other officials weighed in as well, including Department of Homeland Security's Tricia McLaughlin, as well as DOT Secretary Sean Duffy. Duffy said, this is exactly why in June I announced the nationwide audit of non-domiciled CDLs. Biden's reckless immigration policies allowed many unqualified foreign drivers on our roads who have no business operating a 40-ton truck. And this is just one of many tragic accidents should have never happened. Our investigators have already uncovered serious red flags in how some states are doling out these CDLs. Yeah, we're going to have more to share in the coming weeks. Again, that was Sean Duffy this past day. All right, let's see. Horse Feathers got you coming up here. I guess finally back to work after a rather lengthy weekend. It didn't work on Monday, did you? How about them 3-day weekends? Gotta love it. We'll see. Gilligan will be checking in as well. Heatwave was asking, why am I hearing nothing but negativity about the Trump-Putin meeting? Well, that's your lamestream media across the board. President Trump expressing nothing but optimism following the meeting not only on Friday, but at the White House this past day, with Vladimir Zelensky and several European leaders describing the talks as a promising early step toward peace. We'll give you more of what he had to say coming up. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is releasing a statement criticizing President Trump for detaining a 7-year-old Ecuadorian girl.
The girl's mother and 19-year-old brother were also detained by ICE agents last week when they reported to 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan for a routine immigration check-in. The mother and child were sent to a Texas detention center, while the adult son was sent to New Jersey. Hochul called the act cruel and unjust and says her office has contacted Homeland Security. The governor said Trump had promised to target the worst of the worst, and that if a 7-year-old girl is who President Trump considers the worst of the worst, then the promise was a lie from the start. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The NASDAQ gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me give you a little heads up here. For the last several weeks, you've obviously noticed. You've heard the advertisements for Tel 360, the lease program. When Ryan had first come to me about someone advertising a truck leasing operation, I said, Ryan, man, right now, truck leasing and predatory lease programs is kind of a big news item. And there's even talk federally of eliminating those sort of programs altogether. So we had a lot of discussion, and these guys are different. We're going to have, I believe it's Luke's going to join us for our Wednesday night, Thursday morning, kind of breaking down what these guys can offer. Tel 360, Transport Enterprise Leasing. I personally spoke to Luke here a few days ago, and we were talking about the predatory lease programs. He said he'd be happy to explain what they do. They've been doing it for 20 years. They're really a help on the financial side of someone looking to become an owner-operator. Especially if you've got someone you'd like to lease onto that you're going to get guaranteed freight and things like that. He'll explain it all to you, but the idea that you're going to be in a brand new truck with all the factory warranties. And we'll ask him about, I said, well, if it's like a 3-year lease, I said, what's your success rate in drivers completing the lease purchase option? And he made it sound like most of those that work with him, once they get into 3 years in, they opt to get a brand new truck. Continuously driving the new. So if you have any questions on your mind about, obviously, he said he'd stick around and be happy to talk to some of the drivers. I just wanted to let you know that'll be Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Little lease truck talk. Should be interesting. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, hopefully the headset does all right here. We don't have the regular one we normally do. We had a mechanical malfunction the other day with it, so hopefully the alternate headset does all right. But if there's modulation issue or something there, give a holler. But anyway, so yeah, we had an extra night off there, so we need a little recuperation from things we had going on. We were up late Sunday night there, so there wasn't much way to be able to get out and do the normal work Sunday night into Monday. So yeah, we just put it all off and started around midnight here.
Gotcha.
A little while ago. So anyways, I heard Knucklebuster there mention something from Lauren Weiss about getting a letter from the state there, or he'd gone to the motor vehicle department with his medical card. The state of Maryland has also issued those letters out in the mail saying that everything has to be done from the medical doctor on the federal registry, has to turn it into the federal government. The federal government has to turn it in, from the registry, has to get it back to the state to be able to enact having your medical certificate being verified, being legal to operate the motor vehicle, or they back you off to a normal driver's license. You don't get to keep your commercial driver's license if they don't get the notification that you got your medical card certificate upgraded, updated. As Plowboy said, us people that have to do it every year, and every other year I do a stress test and trying to get all that involved. I mean, it's not what you call the easiest thing to do. But anyways, there. So glad you got the story about the ship. As we talked before, dust is a major issue with any explosion for, whether it's grain or concrete or coal or anything of that. So I would assume there's probably some coal dust issue, and the CSX yard is a major point of contention in Baltimore because there is a lot of dust. They do a lot of water spraying to keep the dust down because actually gets closer to more of the lower income families area of domiciles. So there's a lot of contention about the CSX coal yard and everything. But we'll have to see what comes out of that. But other than that, I don't know. I guess there was a couple other things, but it looked like it was a pretty good meeting. I really enjoyed seeing President Putin getting off the plane and walking over to actually ride in the Beast. Now, how many foreign leaders have actually ridden in the Beast? That's a question to be asked.
Good question.
And but having the flyover and the Air Force jets and everything sitting on the tarmac there for him to walk in front of and take a gander at as he walked by, and know what could be flying around his area if needed to be. And anyways, there. So what do you think of President Zelensky's attire coming to the White House this time compared to the last time when he left without even getting a boxed lunch?
He actually got complimented by the president. You remember the reporter that called him out there the last time he was here about coming in there dressed like that? That same reporter was there yesterday, and he's told Zelensky, he said, you look wonderful in that suit. And Zelensky came back at him with, and you are in the same suit last time I was here.
Well, some of these reporters might not have a lot of extra cash to buy more than one suit to go to the White House with.
Right.
So I don't know. But anyways, all right. Well, I got to get my hands into a whole bunch of stuff here, so we'll let you go with that, and have a good morning, and we'll talk to you later there.
All right. Thanks for checking in there. I thought that was kind of comical where Zelensky said, yes, and you are in the same suit from the last time I was here. Optimism was the word the president expressed, President Trump, after the meeting this past day. You had French President Emmanuel Macron, the Finnish President Alexander Stubb, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the European Union President Ursula von der Leyen, as well as the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. All those foreign dignitaries, along with Vladimir Zelensky, making rapid arrangements following Friday's gathering in Alaska between Trump and Putin, all making their way to the United States post-haste to hold these discussions. I mean, nobody been dragging their feet here. President Trump wrote via Truth Social, this was a very good early step for a war that's been going for almost 4 years. During discussions in the East Room and the Oval Office, they focused on establishing security guarantees for Ukraine, coordinated by European countries with, quote, potential U.S. support. Trump suggested these assurances could resemble maybe NATO-style protections, but he stopped short of specifying direct U.S. troop involvement. European leaders favored deploying peacekeeping forces while seeking more concrete commitments, they say. Trump also said he placed a call to Russian President Putin after the meeting today or Monday to begin the process of a one-on-one meeting with Zelensky. then followed later with a potential a trilateral summit including himself. All we know is the Kremlin confirmed that conversation took place, lasted for 40 minutes. Later, President Zelensky praised the United States for sending a strong signal when it comes to security guarantees and emphasized unity among all the participants this past day, according to the Wire reports and the Wall Street Journal. I don't know how mainstream media can take all of that and try to construe it as a negative, that Trump is capitulating to Putin, bowing to his every whim. But that's what they do. That's their narrative. Hey, good morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, that's what they do every time. They twist everything and change it around. I mean, the View is, I think you ought to sue all of them for slander. It's amazing how they keep on getting away with that.
Yeah.
I don't get, Putin. You remember Putin's been complaining about airstrikes and the drone strikes and stuff from Ukraine into Russia. Meanwhile, he's shelling and missiling their apartments and stuff. Putin is a thug. Hey, if we could get ending this war is very important.
Mm-hmm.
Let's face it. There's been a lot of lives lost needlessly. It's frustrating, but I guess there's nothing we can do. We can try, but until Putin and Zelensky, I'll get it out here in a minute, decide that they want to end it, that's when it'll end. On a little lighter note, Lauren Weiss called in earlier. They said he was going down to Joplin, I think, to the DMV.
Mm-hmm.
But did I hear him right? So he don't get home so quick, he was going to stop by the adult bookstore? Is that what he said?
I don't recall the adult. I did. He did say something about a bookstore. I didn't even. Are there still bookstores out there? Most of them is shut down. I thought everybody's digital now.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Books A Million's still in business. There's one there in Winchester. I went by not the other day. So I mean, just yeah. But I figured I'd put a little twist on Lauren. Steve. There's been this, Brain Dead brought it up, MLB's expanding, wanted to expand by 2 teams. And Nashville's brought up. I tell you, to me, an obvious choice for an expansion team, to me, would be Charlotte, North Carolina. They've already got an NBA team. They've also got an NFL team. They do not have an NHL team. But wouldn't Charlotte be a logical choice? Because it's a pretty good location. Lord knows that, Baltimore could use an actual MLB team. I mean, they got the Orioles, but they play like, AA or something like that. I mean, they're about as bad this year again as the Rockies are. I mean, they've been fighting the White Sox there last year before for the worst record in baseball. But I think Charlotte would be a good choice. I'm going to touch on something else. I sent you the Wikipedia page on this. On Saturday, August 16th, made a sad day in MLB history. And on August 16th, 1920, the only death on the field in Major League Baseball happened. Ray Chapman was the man's name. He was beamed by a pitch by a man by the name of Carl Mays. And he actually died 12 hours later. He's the only player in Major League Baseball history to die literally from an injury on the field.
How about that?
And it's amazing. It's amazing how all these years they played, and there might have been incidents before that in the 1800s, but none have been documented. But I thought that was kind of interesting. I remember hearing about it years ago, but I couldn't remember either one of them's name. The only reason why I remember their name now is because I looked it up. I actually seen a post on Facebook about it, and I figured I'd mention it on the show. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. I guess I'll get on out here, and I hope everybody has a safe night and take care.
All right, thanks for checking in there. Gilligan, have a good morning. And with, some of these line drives, hitting pitchers, square in the face and things like that, I'm surprised that there hasn't been more, fatal incidents in Major League Baseball. I didn't realize that's the only one. It is 844-844-3388. Back in 2.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, we have learned by experience to date when an electric vehicle catches fire, it's not your typical firefighter's response. It takes an incredible amount of water to extinguish the darn things. Yeah, imagine having not one, not two, but 8 Tesla vehicles involved at the same time, and that was the case in Los Angeles. We'll give you details coming up that required a massive team of firefighters to put out. First, though, let's get to Pappy. Good morning, Pappy.
Steve, who do you think told Monica they better wear a suit this time?
Everybody?
You think it was his generals? I'm sure somebody from the EU was like, listen, Monica, you got to step up your game, man. This crap of wearing BDUs, coming to the United States and addressing Congress and sitting in the Oval Office with the President of the United States and BDUs is not cutting it, pal. Steve, do you know what BDU stands for?
I do not.
Battle Dress Uniform.
Okay.
So he shows up in the past like he just crawled out of a foxhole, right? Cleared his AK-47 and jumped on a plane and rushed to the United States.
Yeah.
Anywho, glad to see he stepped up his game a little bit. Man, Steve, that's really about all I got. I left the district I had to come out early, do some things. Anyway, I had to go back up the district. I didn't get to listen to a whole lot of your show. I did get to listen to probably half of Grump's call earlier. Pretty much agree with everything he said. But anyway, see, when I left the district, right about 0300, I'm coming, east on 275. I pass that exit where the hidden bunker's at, and I jump on 74 westbound. I was heading west, I'm sorry. I jump on 74 west, heading towards the state line. Steve, who said there was a lack of freight? I'm telling you, I don't know. I should have started counting. I don't know how many trucks were coming eastbound 74 out of Indiana. But, oh, my goodness. I don't think I've seen that many trucks at this time in the morning. I mean, they would look like a convoy. There was probably 30 of them.
Wow.
Stacked. Both lanes.
Wow.
So they might have had the highway shut down for a while over in Indiana or something and opened it up. That's why maybe there were so many. But, man, Steve, trucks are out tonight. So I don't know, maybe you truckers out there can give a reason why so many trucks are coming into Ohio from Indiana on 74. I don't know if they're coming out of Chicago or what, but there was a ton of them tonight, I will tell you that. All right, brother, that's really all I got, man. Hammer down, be safe, try to yak at you tomorrow.
All right, thanks for checking in, Pappy. Have a good morning. He's about to call it a day here, right? He was probably in the driveway about 5 minutes from now. That's it. That's all. Heatwave mentioned something here last hour, which I had not yet heard anything about. Gavin Newsom trying to point the finger of blame at Trump. When he mentioned that, I said, I got to double check that. How could they blame Trump? I mean, I did realize that that individual had come into the country illegally in 2018. Now, 2018, yes, Donald Trump was president at the time, but we all know, just as he was able to right now get the border secure as it's ever been, he was doing his damnedest to complete that, but finding resistance on every front during his first administration. All right, apparently the report says Gavin Newsom's team has been caught in a lie. Apparently, the Newsom team was trying to say that the Trump administration actually gave a work permit to that illegal that killed 3 in Florida. The Department of Homeland Security confirms that the federal work permit was denied by the Trump administration in December of 2020, but ultimately granted by President Biden. Okay, see if there's more to that story forthcoming, right? Everybody tries to point the finger. But, it doesn't matter what it is, what's going on, every tragedy, every fatality, it's Trump's fault. It is 844-844-3388. Truck manufacturers, will give you more details, a breakdown coming up in our final hour. The manufacturers trying to get out of a deal that they signed with the state of California. An agreement that mandated that they would follow the emissions standards that the Trump administration has now actually eliminated. But California's trying to hold them to it. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Learn more at tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is releasing a statement criticizing President Trump and ICE for detaining a 7-year-old Ecuadorian girl and splitting up her family.
The girl's mother and 19-year-old brother were also detained by ICE agents last week when they reported to 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan for a routine immigration check-in. The mother and child were sent to a Texas detention center while the adult son was sent to New Jersey. Hochul called the act cruel and unjust and says her office has contacted Homeland Security demanding their immediate return to New York. The governor said Trump had promised to target the worst of the worst, and that if a 7-year-old girl is who President Trump considers the worst of the worst, then the promise was a lie from the start. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
More Republican-led states are sending National Guard troops to D.C.
Ohio, South Carolina, Mississippi, and West Virginia are all sending soldiers to D.C. to assist federal law enforcement. In recent days, President Trump has deployed National Guard troops and federal law enforcement officers to address crime and homelessness in the nation's capital. Their presence has spurred protests throughout the city. I'm Brian Shook.
High housing costs are making some buyers more willing to risk safety for affordability.
A recent Redfin survey found 22% of home buyers would be willing to trade safety for affordability, while 27% said they'd compromise by giving up a low crime area. Although some home buyers are willing to compromise, more than 70% of those surveyed called personal safety and low crime must-haves. Low natural disaster risk and access to grocery stores also ranked high among respondents. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The NASDAQ gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium takes place this week in Wyoming.
All eyes will be on Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell when he delivers remarks at the event Friday. With his term not set to expire until May, Powell has increasingly become the target of President Trump's frustration that the central bank has not moved to lower interest rates. The next chance to slash the rates will come at the Fed's September meeting. John Summers, USA Radio News.
2 of the 3 people killed in Sunday's nightclub gang-related mass shooting in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, were the shooters themselves.
Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says 19-year-old Marvin St. Louis and 35-year-old Jamel Childs approached each other, and then bullets started flying and both were killed.
Mr. St. Louis approached Mr. Childs and opened fire.
27-year-old Amadou Diallo was also killed, an innocent bystander. Police are looking for the 2 other shooters. Meanwhile, the number of people shot at the Taste of the City Lounge has risen to 14 after 2 more checked into the hospital with bullet wounds. Scott Pringle, New York.
Washington Governor Bob Ferguson has responded to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi's warning about sanctuary status.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is giving Bob Ferguson until August 19th to respond to her demand that the state comply with federal law and help with immigration enforcement. Ferguson says he'll comply with her letter, but that the Keep Washington Working Act is an important law that protects Washington families. He says it keeps local law enforcement focused on keeping Washingtonians safe. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And just like that, we get our final hour underway. Here on a Tuesday morning, early in the week. Hope your week's off to a good start here. Kick it off. Got an email from Grump going back to Heat Wave's question about Vladimir Putin refusing to agree to a ceasefire, right? Yeah, that was one thing that he would not agree to this past Friday. Said as long as these discussions are ongoing, the fighting will continue until an actual peace agreement is in effect. Steve, to answer Heatwave's question, Putin is continuing to launch missiles in a pathetic desperation attempt to expand his push into Ukraine and claim more land or landmass, hoping that Ukraine will agree to redraw borders, trading captured land for a peace agreement. That is his warped way of thinking. And I do know that, what was it? Trump said something after his meeting with Putin there last Friday, before yesterday's meeting. Trump did say something along the lines that their conversations, Putin wants the entirety of, is it the Donetsky. There's one region they occupy a portion of, but Ukraine is still in control of a large chunk of that particular region. Yeah, Putin's continuing, I guess, the fighting, hoping he can secure enough of that territory to be a part of the deal, that he gets it. So that's what's going on. Meanwhile, a semi-truck transporting 8 Tesla electric vehicles catching fire on the 5 freeway in Los Angeles, leading to an extensive road closure, major traffic disruptions over the weekend. Now, they have not yet disclosed the cause of the inferno that required a massive team of firefighters to put out. So we don't know yet. Was the fire started by the Tesla semis we know, or no? It could have started with a brake fire, could have started with an engine fire. That we don't know. But KTLA reports that the semi-truck carrying the load of Teslas ultimately engulfed in flames on the southbound lanes of the 5 freeway in Sylmar. About 5:30 Saturday afternoon, LA Fire responding to the scene to combat the blaze, which required a massive number of first responders and equipment ultimately to contain. I mean, it's difficult to put one of these darn things out. Los Angeles Fire Department tells Breitbart that the cause has not yet been determined as of Monday morning. But according to the video footage from the incident, the truck was hauling at least 8 Teslas when, for reasons still under investigation, the vehicle caught fire. Flames rapidly spread, consuming both the truck and numerous cars on the trailer. The intense fire was a significant challenge for firefighters as they worked to contain the blaze and prevent spread to the remaining vehicles. California Highway Patrol actually issued what they call a SIG alert, leading to the closure of both northbound and southbound lanes of the 5 freeway, causing major traffic delays that persisted through the entire overnight. Drivers being diverted to the northbound 14 freeway as an alternate route. Highway Patrol was encouraging motorists to avoid the area, seek alternate routes. Fortunately, the driver of the semi managed to escape the burning vehicle unharmed. Firefighters worked diligently to save the vehicles that had not yet been affected by the flames, focuses on extinguishing the fire engulfing the cab and many of the Tesla EVs. Now, they released a statement saying firefighters on the scene involving several vehicles. Thankfully, the driver and others not hurt. But please avoid the smoke and the runoff in the area as crews complete their work. The air around these electric vehicle fires is very toxic. All right, they did release an actual press release, which pretty much goes through all the details that we just shared there. But yeah, firefighters accessed water from a surface street hydrant that ran supply lines from a nearby overpass. Incident Command requested the use of a Class B foam and thermogel trying to contain the fire, trying to protect vehicles not yet involved. A truckload of sand was also requested to assist with the runoff containment. Ultimately, when all was said and done, 6 of the 8 electric vehicles had burned. It is 844-844-3388. Let's see what Eagle has going on as we get that final hour underway. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I was having telephone problems earlier tonight. Yeah, Steve. I want to talk about this truck driving issue. You might disagree with me. I don't know, but I'm going by what I've seen in the video. Because this guy apparently has a driver cam. I'm surprised the State Patrol or whoever it was released this video so early, because you can clearly see in the video of this accident in Florida. Me personally, I think the guy did it on purpose. There's no emotion in this guy's face. The guy, there's another guy sitting in the passenger seat with his legs kicked up on the dashboard. He's having a good time. If I'm making a U-turn and he saw the car coming, I'm gonna be yelling, I'm gonna be screaming, I'm gonna show some kind of emotion as I see a damn car run up under my trailer.
Right.
This guy shows no emotion whatsoever. You got your opinion, I got mine. But me personally, and they've been saying for years, Steve, that these Arab people, we know that these people are in the country, with Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, and they don't like the United States. And they've been saying for years that they were going to use trucks as a way of terrorism. And like I say, this guy's background, I haven't had a chance to research it, but I'm understanding there's some bad things in his past. And it clearly looks to me like if he didn't do it on purpose, he didn't give a damn if he was breaking the law. Because even after the accident, he got out of the truck and he was just standing there, not showing no emotion whatsoever. I would have been right. Totally upset if I would have made that type of maneuver and seen somebody lose their life. What do you say?
Absolutely. I mean, there was no signs of any remorse. I mean, if I'm involved in an accident, 3 people are dead under my truck, I'm going to be all worked up and shook up, nearly in shock, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was involved in an accident in Atlanta, Georgia, like about 7-8 years ago. A car cut over in front of me, and my truck damn near ran over the car. He apparently didn't see me, and luckily I didn't roll the truck over, and I was totally devastated, because I didn't know if the guy was dead or not. I walked up to the car, and luckily he opened up the door and got out of the damn car, and wasn't hurt, but I was emotionally shook up, because I had seen, I thought a man might have lost his life, and this guy showed no emotion whatsoever. And it's disgusting. And like I said, a lot of companies, I know the company I work for, Steve, they tell you in orientation, a lot of companies tell you when you start with a company that U-turns are not permitted. Because when you make it a U-turn, whether you on a 2-lane, 3-lane, or whatever, your trailer is extended into the roadway as you make that maneuver. And there could be, cars coming, such as this other guy, go up under your trailer. So a lot of companies will terminate you if they find out you made an unauthorized U-turn, and they should, because you clearly see what happened. But like I say, I was just in Florida a couple of months ago, and that turnpike, the speeds that those people travel at down there in Florida going down towards Orlando and Miami are ridiculous, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. So there's no time for a car to react when somebody makes a dumb maneuver like that. Now, this guy here, he shouldn't have been on the road to begin with, from what they're saying. He came into the U.S. illegally under Joe Biden, got his commercial license out of California when they were giving them away, basically giving them to individuals, under the Gavin Newsom regime, which is totally garbage in California, everything, and this guy has the nerve to say that he wants to be president. So that's all you need to know about Gavin Newsom. And we'll go right back to where we was before. If Gavin Newsom gets in the White House in 28, we'll go right back to where we was with Biden, with a wide open border, with people just walking into the U.S. at will. And all this is coming back. Like we talked about this for years, Steve. A lot of people used to get mad at me. For 4 years, all I talked about was Joe Biden and the immigration policy. And all these things are coming back to bite the U.S. in the ass now, with all these policies that Biden didn't do his damn job. And now you got trucks. Now you got people driving trucks in America that have no business whatsoever driving a truck under diversity. It's not about racism, Steve. When you're talking about bringing people into the country, you have to bring, like Trump always say, they're not bringing in their best people when they come into the U.S. And now it's, like I said, now it's biting us in the ass with all these problems that we're having. And it's going to be hard to get them all out of the country. But something I heard, Steve, they saying now, and it's making it hard for truck drivers like me, the good, clean, honest truck drivers. Now they're saying that they're going to be putting ICE units into weight scales around America to try to focus on these individuals that don't speak English. So we're going to be having even more enforcement on trucks now to get these guys off the road, because there's still some of these guys out there on the road now. And, like I say, you can't judge a man, just because you see a guy that looks like that guy with a cowl on his head. And, some of them guys are Sikhs, some of them guys come from Canada, and those are pretty decent drivers. Everybody that dresses like that guy is not a bad driver. You can't profile all of them. But a lot of those guys are coming out of California, like I told you last night, out of Fresno, Bakersfield, California. And a lot of those guys are not qualified to be driving trucks, and they need to get them off the road immediately before somebody else loses their life. A lot of people say, why do you need to speak English? Why do you need to understand English to drive a truck in America? Well, there's your example right there of why this guy may not even know what the damn U-turn sign meant. Maybe that's why he decided to make a turn. Maybe he didn't even know that you're not supposed to make an unauthorized turn at this place. So like I said, we're going to keep talking about these incidents, Steve, unfortunately, until we get them all off the road. And like I said, Joe Biden, the damage that he did to America we're going to be feeling the effects of that for a long time. It just like Trump said, well, you can, with all the people that's died over there in Ukraine and in Russia in this war, it goes all the way right back to Joe Biden. And I'm going to repeat myself one more time. People say that Donald Trump is cocky and arrogant when he says that the war would have never got started if he was in the White House. And the reason why he can say that without not being cocky and arrogant is because Putin didn't do anything when Trump was in the White House for 4 years, didn't do a damn thing, and as soon as Donald Trump leave the White House, he made his move on Ukraine. And the same thing is going to happen with Taiwan. You notice with Taiwan, I talked to you for a couple of years about that Taiwan, China moving in on Taiwan. They were getting ready to move in. If Biden would have won the White House, or Kamala, you could bet your ass they would have been in Taiwan right now. But when Trump got in, that put a complete stop to it, and Donald Trump said that yesterday, that he told the Chinese president, you better not even think about going into Taiwan. And guess what? China hasn't made a move. But you can bet your last dollar, Steve, if Gavin Newsom gets in the White House, China will be in Taiwan on day one. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Xi Jinping actually, apparently they've notified Trump they will not move on Taiwan while Trump's in office. They came right out and told him that. And, of course, Vladimir Putin came right out and admitted last Friday that he would not have made his move on Ukraine if Trump had won in 2020. That's his words.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
And I guarantee you there's tons of people out there that, hearing the various news reports, and I'm sure the lamestream ran with it when Governor Newsom's office tried to say, hey, this guy came in under Trump's first administration, and they gave him a work permit. And that's not the case. The rest of the story. He was actually given his work papers by the Biden administration. They were denied during President Trump's first term. They have the dates in the paperwork. Harjinder Singh crossing the southern border in California, September of 2018. Yes, Donald Trump was president at the time. He was processed for fast-track deportation by the first Trump administration. The Indian national previously processed for deportation, but he was able to stay after claiming he feared being sent back home. So now get in line for another deportation hearing, right? He was released on a $5,000 immigration bond in January of 2019 and still awaits a decision on his asylum case. This is 2025, people. After receiving his work permit in June of 2021, under the Biden administration, he was able to secure a commercial driver's license in California. The Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security, Trish McLaughlin, hitting back at Newsom's office yesterday after they accused the Trump administration of actually issuing the work permit. And she said they're lying or acting clueless about it, to which she said, false. Harjinder Singh is in the United States illegally. His work authorization was rejected under the Trump administration on September 14 of 2020. It was later approved under the Biden administration, June the 9th of 2021. The state of California issues commercial driver's license. There is no national CDL, genius. Obviously referencing Newsom. U.S. Marshals in California nabbed Singh on Saturday on the warrant for 3 counts of vehicular homicide in connection with the deadly crash that occurred. This was the crash was Thursday afternoon, about 3 in the afternoon. So I guess, following the crash, he was not detained in Florida or anything. It somehow, I guess, made his way back to California. But we know the trailer blocking all lanes of oncoming traffic when it was slammed into full speed by that minivan containing 3 lives. Yeah, neither Singh nor his co-driver were injured, as we know from the Highway Patrol. But so he did not get his work permit under the previous administration. Like I said, for those that were coming in across the southern border, Trump was doing his best to send them back or make them wait in Mexico. Well, you wait for a hearing before they're allowed. That's the stay in Mexico policy. All right. Hello to Truck and Phil. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the hotshot secret nation, and the great product of Staybill and the great Knuckle Buster. 68 warming to 84 today. Good chance of rain in Fort Wayne. 65 to 74 for Newaygo, Michigan. Have a great day, everyone. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Good to have you on board. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more by visiting tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is releasing a statement criticizing President Trump for detaining a 7-year-old Ecuadorian girl.
The girl's mother and 19-year-old brother were also detained by ICE agents last week when they reported to 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan for a routine immigration check-in. The mother and child were sent to a Texas detention center, while the adult son was sent to New Jersey. Hochul called the act cruel and unjust and says her office has contacted Homeland Security. The governor said Trump had promised to target the worst of the worst, and that if a 7-year-old girl is who President Trump considers the worst of the worst, then the promise was a lie from the start. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 34 points. The S&P 500 lost a fraction of a point. The NASDAQ gained 6 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as we round third, headed toward home, Forward Air have been in and out of the news as of late. Question marks about, is the company going to be sold? A lot of speculation. FreightWaves. And Shorty sent this my way a few minutes. I missed that when I was getting my FreightWaves update this past evening. Stating a second round of takeover bids for Forward Air are expected to be submitted in early September. The report said the bids were originally expected by the end of this month, but Forward has delayed the deadline. It's also said it is not clear if bidders are vying for all or maybe just a portion of the company. A Reuters report last month said that there were a handful of private equity firms had submitted bids to buy the less-than-truckload and logistics provider. That group of bidders was reported to include Clear Lake Capital, which already holds a 12% stake in the company, and buyout firms like an offshoot of Apollo Global Management. Forward was compelled to engage in a strategic review of its business earlier this year following fallout from that controversial merger with Omni Logistics. Some of the investors contested the deal structure, which circumvented a shareholder vote. Activists publicly panned the merger as it materially increased Forward's debt load and appeared to place it in competition with some of their legacy customers. Forward touted financial improvements during the second quarter on a call with analysts last week. Adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization came in slightly ahead of consensus, but a net loss was worse than expected. So shares of Forward were down 4.6%, about 1 o'clock Monday afternoon, $28.41 a share. Forward stock traded at $110 per share before that deal was announced back in August of 2023. So they have lost a ton in stock value since that deal. FreightWaves has reached out to Forward Air for comment. Haven't heard anything back, but welcome to the Knuckle Buster as we roll into that loneliest hour. The computer's kind of thinking about it. Do we want to do anything? It's saying not right now. We'll give it a moment. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Truck manufacturers looking to escape the deal that they had signed with California, the agreement mandating that they follow the emission standards that the Trump administration has now eliminated. Daimler, International, PACCAR, Volvo, all filing a lawsuit against the California Air Resources Board and Governor Gavin Newsom. They're arguing that the Clean Truck Partnership is now unenforceable because Congress ripped up the truck emission standards that this agreement was based on. Yeah, we've been following this for several years. Signed in 2023, the Clean Truck Partnership would bind those top truck manufacturers to California's truck emission standards. Yeah, these include the Omnibus Low NOx rule, the Advanced Clean Fleets, and Advanced Clean Trucks. Yeah, this holds true despite any challenges to the state's authority. In return, CARB will work with manufacturers, allowing time to meet requirements before enforcing new regulations. They said they would also support building the necessary zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. Yeah, we had been through all these various agreements before, but now with the lawsuit, the OEMs are now saying how they're in the middle of a tug-of-war between California and the federal government today. Just a few weeks before the truck emission standards were eliminated, CARB issued an advisory to the OEMs, telling them they have to continue to follow the rules, including certification required for the lawful sales of trucks. The day after Trump signed the resolutions, Newsom signs an executive order ordering CARB to enforce the Clean Truck Partnership. According to the order, the OEMs that do not comply would be blacklisted from government contracts or any incentives. Their special considerations would be ignored in future regulations. In other words, CARB's kind of doubling down on that stance. As recently as July 24th, they approved amendments to the Advanced Clean Trucks while referencing the Clean Truck Partnership. The federal government, meanwhile, is telling the OEMs to ignore the agreement, ignore the state of California and their threats. On August 7, the Department of Justice issuing a cease and desist letter to the manufacturers, stating California's enforcement of truck emission standards is contrary to federal laws. Federal law thus prohibits CARB from adopting or attempting to enforce these regulations. And of course, CARB may not circumvent federal law by disguising their enforcement of vehicle emission regulations as some sort of agreement. This is particularly true when the purported agreement was entered into under threat of enforcement of the very regulations that the federal law preempts now. Nor may CARB attempt to enforce preempted regulations by delaying or threatening to withhold certification of new motor vehicles in California. Meanwhile, the OEMs have just a few weeks left to plan for model year 2026 production. They're asking a federal court, what rules should we be following here? What do we do? The OEMs argue the Clean Truck Partnership does not do what CARB thinks it does. They say the agreement was meant for CARB to harmonize federal and state truck emission standards. It was also to provide enough lead time for future regulations. Now the OEMs say CARB is using the Clean Truck Partnership to force compliance with truck emission standards that are now misaligned and preempted under federal law. Manufacturers and the Department of Justice view the partnership as a regulatory mechanism rather than a simple agreement. In other words, once the emission standards were invalidated, the Clean Truck Partnership created a regulatory framework, and that argument is echoed by the Western States Trucking Association. They said this is underground regulation that bypassed legal procedures. Furthermore, the OEMs claim CARB has already broke its promises. They claim they refuse to work with them to resolve infrastructure and consumer demand issues. CARB is accusing them, also accused of not providing the proper lead time. Then, of course, it was Friday, this past Friday, the Trump administration asked the federal court to join the case against California. In other words, the Department of Justice joining with the OEMs, suing CARB and the state of California.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All righty, back at it. Little phone reset action. All right, welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Welcome back, Mr. Steve Summers. I was just that familiar beep I was looking for, but I never did hear it on the other call. So, well, let's do a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and Mr. Steve Summers. Well, the speed limit down there in Florida on the turnpike is 70. But they run about 85 to 90 down there, all them cars do.
Yeah.
And they'll get mad as hell if you get in that left lane just doing 70 miles an hour. My truck will do the speed limit everywhere I go, and that's what I've been trained to do, drive the speed limit. But I don't want any tickets out of it. So, but anyway, that wreck down there, I don't know. I don't know if he done it on purpose or not. I know I've seen some crazy stuff out here. I've seen them just pull off of the shoulder and get right in the left lane doing 5 miles an hour, and people about almost crammed into them, you know. So you got to be careful out here. I guess wouldn't you call that defensive driving?
Right.
That'd be a good thing to do.
Well, when you're slowing down to make a U-turn, Knucklebuster, I mean, he was in the right lane, but you're down to what, 10 miles an hour, maybe something like that, and then it just turns across that hammer lane. and there was no way they had time to slow down, right?
All right. Well, speed ain't never killed nobody. It's just delays your reaction time there. But, I mean, that's pretty stupid to do a U-turn on the interstate.
Yes.
Which is definitely a no-no. So I hope they crucify him. Hey, if you done something like that to one of my family members, I would get my water blaster out and I'd go find every one of your family members and get them wet from head to toe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, payback's a bitch, right? Well, enough of all of that. Well, Tennessee said I can't hurt nobody, so. Well, anyway, my bank account keeps sending me that text message every morning, Steve, telling me how much money I ain't got. And my daughter informed me I had enough money to retire, but Tennessee's bank account got more money than mine's got in it. That's sad. Dead woman got more money than me, Steve.
Wow.
So, yeah. But anyway, it's all right. Bills are getting paid. I'm keeping busy, and I don't know. It's just crazy out here nowadays. You just can't. They're not all gone. I can guarantee that one that walked up in the ditch on me and that mechanic changing my tire, he didn't speak a word of English. So they're still here. They don't care. They just keep right on rolling around it. Every one of them I've ever seen was out of California. So you know where they're getting that national driver's license from. So, well, when's they going to lock Gavin Newsom up for doing illegal things? They need to lock Nancy Pelosi and, wait a minute, lock her up. Lou's talking about Hilly. She never did get locked up. So, well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products, some Seville products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, and Steve, you've had a great show. Oh, and you made a comment earlier about Memphis not being in a natural disaster zone.
Yeah.
What about the New Madrid? What about the New Madrid fault? We're right in it.
That's a valid point. Yeah, that's I think that's way overdue for some action, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's coming one of these days. I got my boat out back if I'm at the house. If it ain't at the house, I ain't gonna worry about it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody at my house there. And I think both of my daughters have got life jackets and canoes and all that other good stuff. Though. And Ziggy already knows how to swim, so I ain't worried about him. All right, you've had a great show this morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and we'll put the spoke on you tomorrow.
Thanks for checking in there. Very good. Have a safe day out there traversing the highways. All right, back after the reset, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, if we remember, if we get in the Wayback Machine there, President Trump's first term in office there, 45, it wasn't only the Democrats that did not want him to be president. If I seem to remember correctly, he had a Republican-run House and a Republican-run Senate that was doing everything they could do to work against him for the first 2 years until, oh, wait a minute, there was an election, and guess who lost?
The Republicans. Yep.
Yeah. So, and then it's all of a sudden, well, we should work with Donald Trump to try to do things because he's the president. And it's like, well, you're 2 years too late now. So if he got into office in 17 and this person came across the Mexican border in 18, we can pretty much blame the Republican Congress for a lot of that happening, and even they were delaying having the wall put up.
Yep.
So anyways, yeah, that's where we're at with that. On your news here, this Governor Hochul from New York, who apparently hasn't woken up and smelled the coffee yet. Wasn't it the Democrats that were complaining going back in the Wayback Machine to Trump's first term in office, saying that he was being mean and nasty by splitting up families and putting children in cages.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, now this mother gets caught with her 7-year-old daughter and 19-year-old son, and they send the 7-year-old daughter back with the mother to not split up the family. But now it's bad because the 7-year-old daughter went with the mother. What? Did I hear that right?
Haven't we said you're damned if you do, damned if, it does not matter what you do. If it's Donald Trump, you are 100% wrong, no matter what.
Yes, there you go. And I don't know if it's been reversed with this clean air deal or not, but New York had this whole new building construction going to be coming into effect that everything had to be electric. There was to be no gas, whether it was natural gas, propane.
Yep.
And so your gas stoves, your gas dryers, your gas hot water heaters, your gas furnaces, all that was out. You had to do everything by electric. So I was kind of wondering if you've heard anything, if that goes away, kind of like what CARB is trying to fight out there with the motor vehicle deal there.
Yeah.
But anyways, so I don't know. I had something else, Knuckle Bust. Oh, yeah. So he mentioned, the truck, cutting across, and you said it came out of the right lane. Now, have we determined that we know it came out of the right lane, but could he have possibly been stopped on the right shoulder completely at a dead zero stop?
Nah, I mean
before he decided to make this U-turn, or was he actually moving in the right lane?
The video, because he had the driver facing camera, and you could tell he was moving and he was turning the wheel. So he's swinging it in, and so there he is right across, and you can actually see the minivan. Somehow the vehicle was turned to where the camera actually caught the van slamming into the vehicle, into the trailer.
Yeah, but from what I've seen of that video, it only shows when he's crossways to the highway, so he's coming from the right side of the highway.
In other words, if he had kind of started from a dead stop there in the right lane to ultimately cross, I don't think so, but I cannot say definitively, right? Let me see. Plowboy had one last thing on his mind. What you got, Plowboy?
Well, real quick. Everybody think about this one. We had the wrong administration in the White House, sir. We wouldn't been talking about him being illegal or his illegal driving habits. We'd have all been hit for the trailer shop, putting them damn underride guards on. Just think about that one a minute. They would have actually made that against the trailer instead of against that damn driver.
Well, I mean, when I seen that video and seeing the aftermath, I don't know, would a side underride guard on the trailer of that truck, would it have made a difference? Or 70 mile an hour impact to a dead stop. I don't know if anything's going to make a difference or not.
Okay, just think about it. If it would hit Lauren Weiss's cattle trailer, it would not have been able to go underneath of it. That's where I'm at.
Right.
I don't know how
but they would have,
them damn things go down. But
they would have still come to a dead stop. Boom, just like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you ever want to watch damn near entertaining videos, go to Indian farmers, not American Indian. Indian farmers from the country, India.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, we all are aware they got four tires. They can only keep 2 of them on the ground, and I mean they are literally tearing that farm equipment up. We've looked at buying some of that coming out of California to rebuild the crap years ago. We couldn't touch it. It was so damn jacked up, tore up. But I know you're out the door, so I appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you, Plowboy. Have a great day. You got it. Let's see. Roy chimed in and said, I bet the kid sitting in the passenger seat of that truck could speak English and probably said, Dad, no U-turns. I was under the impression that was like a co-driver, I assume. Looked a little bit too old to be his boy, wasn't it? Gary, thank you very much. Steve, always great show. Thank you. Hot Shot Secret. God bless all you hardworking Americans out there. All the overnight crew, have a blessed day. Norman, checking out from north central Kansas. Everybody have a good morning. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close things out here on a Tuesday morning. What do? Come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, and we'll do it all over again. From time zone to time zone, we'll be actually working our way into hump day already. Another hump day comes our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I